ahead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all citizens.
Okay. Do we need to untable that before we do the approval of the minutes? Or do you want
Should be approved.
approval of the,
Make a motion that we approve the minutes of the third.
I'll second it.
all in favor? Okay. So the first one we need to untable is Shannon Wallace. Do we have a motion to untable?
Mr. President, I make a motion we untable the application for Shannon Wallace.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Doug Rupp made the motion. Rick Dillon, okay. And you might have to ask me that, you know, I'm not really, this is new.
Okay, did you all get the new report?
We didn't.
From the health department?
Yeah, because they were just out Monday.
No.
No. Okay.
Oh.
I thought we was waiting on one from last, they were out, but right when we had the meeting last month,
Yeah,
you
and
didn't have that report. So did we get that copy, Vicki? Or that report? So we didn't get that report. Now you're saying they were out again?
they were out Monday.
All right, we don't have that report either.
Did they give you a report?
Did they give you a report?
No, they just said everything looked good to them. Lee was out there too.
Okay.
You might be able to talk to Lee. I don't know if Lee's here today.
And did he say he was going to get a report, or?
I tried to get him to type up some sort of letter before the other payment is going to be next month, before that report will be final.
Again?
Okay.
Yeah, that's,
So we're gonna have to
so,
table.
I don't know.
So, I mean, until we get these reports,
I don't know.
and you said they were supposed to email that report to you, and then you was going to forward it to Vicki last month.
No, sir. I never got a report on any of them. I had asked, but they said while everything is open, I can't get a report. Only you all got the report.
And
And
that-
I never got one.
That was from the health department.
Yeah, and that was the original one that was like back in March, I think it was.
Was that the state?
Yeah, it's all state, and Lee and Dr. Macy, which is the state, was out again on Monday, and did everything, and they said, you know, that everything was fine, but, you know, until you all get that, I don't know where to go from here. That's why I asked you last time, I said, are you sure that 1 month will be enough? Because it takes them a month to get you a report.
Right.
Well, we was assuming it would be enough.
Right. Just takes them a while.
So, there's no,
If you are finding that that report is a necessary piece of evidence you'd like to see, just so you're aware of what the situation is in the health-related conditions, you could move to table it. I know we have limitations on the number of times we can do it, but that's usually if there's no real reason or good cause. Under these circumstances, I think it is probably a vital piece of evidence
right.
that you'd want to have.
Yeah.
At this point, moving to table it would probably be in order, and hopefully that.
Okay. Let me go ahead and give you the signed letter from the vet. So that.
Well, hold on to that.
Okay.
I think if we're going to wait on the report, let's not get
Yeah,
into where
we'll-
we're opening
we'll-
this
yeah,
for
hang on to
additional
that
public
one.
comment or anything like that.
Now,
All right.
is that something she could forward to Vicki, or?
Well,
Or
I
just
won't
bring it
get the
with you?
report.
Okay.
I won't get it.
I was under the impression that the report would be filed with our local Board of Health, and then they would send a copy up to the Plan Commission office. That was my understanding.
Yeah, because I won't get the report. I mean, I can get the Freedom of Information Act afterwards, but I won't get the report.
And it's possible we could ask Tara Briggs, to maybe rattle their chain, ask them how they're coming on it, and just as soon as we get it, have it here. But if it is tabled, you'd probably want to announce that there's a likelihood this will be heard at the next month's meeting,
Okay.
which would be the
And I-
August?
Yeah,
first Tuesday in August.
If we table this, should we table it until we receive the report, just in case we don't receive reports on?
The only problem with that would require sending notice out then
Okay,
to everybody, and whoever's here to speak for or
Okay.
against this application,
hopefully we will.
this would be their notice to show up at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd recommend you just go for another month with an understanding that it may be brought off the table, assuming that report's in.
okay. So do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion at the table, Ms. Wallace's application until next meeting.
August 4th, 2026, 7 p.m.
Second? Okay.
Yeehaw.
Todd made the motion. Doug seconded.
All right, all
All in favor? Okay,
right.
sorry.
See you next month.
All right. Okay. You gotta bear with me just for a minute. Got a lot of paper. All right, our next one's gonna be Doug Effing and Cynthia Henson.
I make a motion that we take Mr. F. and Ms. Penson's item off the table.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor? Okay. So now, was we waiting on any IDM report for this one too? I guess we was. Thank you.
We're kind of in a struggle moment here on what exactly to do, because we had actually spoke with an attorney that was not going to be prepared by this meeting. He
Okay.
referred us to another attorney who doesn't return phone calls very well. So we just spoke with another attorney that we're actually going to see on Thursday. These are some of the terms that we've learned over the last month. Tatted and Brinsoned. So we don't know exactly where we need to go with this, because we feel like we were misled from the very get-go on what exactly we were supposed to be applying for. And I feel like as these meetings have progressed, we have lost focus of what we were actually wanting to do, to where I think at the last meeting, we were termed a roadside business, which is not what we originally even wanted to do. So we did a little investigating, did a little snooping on the internet, pulled out some stuff of things where I'll use the rodents, for example. The lot would cause an issue with rodents. Well, when you Google and you do research, you'll find that although the mowers or lawn tractors or whatever could house them, it's the fields around us that attract them for the food. I have documentation where I pulled all that off the internet. And I mean, it's just kind of like, I don't know, it's like everything that they're saying that we're doing bad. On the flip side of it, with us being a resident, like our farm, we're not a farm, but we're zoned somewhat agricultural. And with us having 5 acres there, our type of property would be like city folks, people in the city wanting to live that country life. So they kind of buy a little plot of land, but like people are like, well, all of Doug's stuff sitting there is bringing down our property values, which we snooped around and we found that wasn't quite true either. But on the flip side of it, farm ground around us could actually depreciate the value of our property too. So it's like a catch-22 situation. So kind of where we're at now is, do we stop what we're doing, withdraw our request for a special exception, regroup, come back to the board, come back to these meetings with what we actually are trying to apply for? Or, I mean, because we don't know exactly which route to go here. These are some of the things that we've learned over the last month. Tad wasn't forthcoming on how he obtained the pictures that were taken at the property. There's some question there on how those pictures was obtained. There's questions on who actually filled out the actual complaint form that was submitted to. I just feel like there's a lot of little factors in here that maybe we need to just stop for a minute, regroup, have legal representation and come back.
The highway can be seen in the picture.
And that is,
It's your right to
They're right.
withdraw your petition, but part of the reason it was my understanding that you filed the petition is because you got a notice, a violation letter, and that
we've
was
been
your way
working-
to try to, I guess, keep what you've got, you know, and come into compliance. So if you withdraw it, I think you need to understand you're out of compliance.
We'll resubmit it under a variance, though, not a special exception.
A variance of what?
To operate a business,
A what?
to be able to operate a business.
You're
so,
talking about a variance of use, and an area planning commission doesn't have authority to grant variance of uses, it sounds like. We can only grant variances from the development standards such as height, setback, area, width to depth, those types of things.
The one lawyer we talked to said what we filed was not correct. We needed to be filed something else, and we've done it.
so what they asked for is a, let me find it here, special exception.
So
For
John,
a
how-
rural home occupation,
Yeah, on home
John, how would that
occupation.
work if they wanted to withdraw this and file under something else,
They basically start over.
basically
Yeah.
start over?
Yeah,
Wouldn't they be money ahead to amend their proposal?
well, what they filed
So they
for,
wouldn't
I
have to
think,
do an
was a
application fee?
rural home occupation,
right.
if I'm not mistaken.
It's a rural
And
home.
that takes a special exception to do this type of business in that situation. So if they withdraw it, they can come back and apply and start over with something. I'm not sure what their intent is. But in the interim, they'll be on compliance and subject to legal action.
So,
This is all, I don't,
yeah, I mean, like I said, right now, you're, looks like you're applying for a rural home occupation.
okay.
So if that's not what you want, then I guess, maybe it would be in your favor to withdraw it. Would they withdraw it, John, and then talk to their lawyer?
Now, that's certainly their business. Let me double check this. I thought it was listed on the agenda as a rural home occupation.
Here, give that to John. That's highlighted right here, down there.
Yeah, that's what it is, but it's a rural home occupation takes a special exception. So that's why it's an application for special exception. That's your prerogative if you wish to.
So if we're under a rural home occupation,
That bottom one. Go ahead, I'm sorry, what did you say?
Well, prohibited rural home occupations
Right,
include automotive salvage, junkyard scrap, or scrap metal yard, medical clinic or hospital, restaurant, and boarding home. Rural home occupations permitted by special exception in a rural or agricultural zone, or where an agricultural use or practice is in existence at the time of the amendment and adoption of this section, an ordinance by special exception. Bed and breakfast with 3 or less rooms for overnight accommodations, home occupations, or rural home occupations that need limited new construction or improvements on the existing property, agricultural implement sales, automotive or light truck repair, including painting of automobiles, not more than 4 motor vehicles, shall be stored or kept outside that are scheduled to be repaired or picked up. So, I'm not sure if these qualify as agricultural implement sales, but that's probably the closest thing that Ted felt that they meant.
so then I did some super sleuthing on the internet. These are the guidelines for Ripley County, and it says in this that no stock trades should be displayed, stored, or something outdoors. All activity must be, or no, okay, hold on. All activity must be inside the primary and accessory building. No outdoor activity except for storage. It says we can store outside, but it says we can't sell outside. So basically, what I understood from this was if we were wanting to, like, if he wants to sell anything, he has to pull that item into a building, take pictures of it, post it online, and then he can set the thing back outside. So, but what he can't do is say, you come, you found this thing online, and you're like, okay, Doug, I want to come over Saturday at 2 o'clock and I want to pick this up. So he can come pick this up. If he wants to look at it, it's got to go back inside. But what you can't do is, you can't walk around in the lot and say, ooh, well, I think I want that one, and I want that one, and I want that one too. Because that's not how,
Right, because the stuff that is in that realm needs to be in a building. You can't just have stuff, you know.
that's not what this says. It
Well,
says
that's
that you
what this-
can't.
What is
She's
that
reading
from?
around 30.
This
On
is
page
what I Googled.
103,
Hang on, just,
1B.
Okay,
That's where I Googled.
okay.
and that's our zoning code. The operator of a rural home occupation shall be a resident of the dwelling unit or the owner of the accessory building. Agricultural farm, but not more than 2 employees shall be allowed who are not residents of that dwelling.
I
That's
didn't
fine.
pull
Okay,
that.
I just wanted to see
Yeah.
what source you
Yeah,
got. Okay,
yeah.
make sure it was the same as we had.
All right, well, like I said, it's up to you, it's on your, I can't tell you what to do and what not to do.
Well, it kind of sounds like we fall in the rural home occupation. It sounds like what we're doing is permitted under that rural home occupation.
But in that same information that you got, if you read on down to page 104 on over, that's where it tells you that prohibited rural home occupation is your salvage, junkyard,
Okay.
scrap metal yard, so it's prohibited.
Okay, hold
Okay.
on. Now, let me pull my paperwork up. So on these yard tractors that he has, this writing's so small, I can't hardly see it. The lawn tractors that he has, and I have it somewhere if you just give me a minute to find it. The lawn tractors he has ranges from 60s to 80s, which makes those collector items, those vintage tractors. If the cost of the repairs are more than the value of the tractor, then that is considered junk or salvage. The cost to repair these are not more than the cost of the equipment sitting there. So it is not, this stuff is not junk. So then there was also another thing that stated that if it had a certain size engine or bigger, it was considered a lawn tractor rather than a lawn mower. But I have several things about the vintage John Deere tractors. What are considered vintage John Deere tractors? Vintage John Deere tractors considered junk. Is the value of a 60 to 80 John Deere lawn tractor worth more than the cost to fix it? I have all these right here. I don't know if he wants these, but I have all those right there, that this is the question that was asked. These were the answer, this was the answer that was given.
I guess before we even take this stuff here, are you still gonna apply for the rural home occupation?
I don't know. I don't know what we're going to apply for, because we go see the attorney on Thursday, and then he will go through.
To me, that's why you should table if you're gonna see an attorney.
Can we table it? We've already tabled it once. That's our whole thing.
We're not really waiting on a report, are we?
I mean, the
The idea
idea
report said
report.
that there was no issues. Another thing too, I don't know if I have that printed off or not, but I also was reading too about the requirements on, because I know something had been mentioned about putting up a building. You don't require a concrete floor in Ripley County, it just has to be gravel. So they're sitting on gravel. Either way, if this equipment was going to leak, there's still the possibility of getting in the aquifers and doing that kind of stuff, which obviously the IDM report didn't indicate that there was an issue with any of that stuff. So, I mean, I don't.
Well, like I said,
I
I
don't
mean,
know what to do here. I'm at a standstill.
As far as definitions of salvage and things like that from the internet, I'm not even sure that's relevant considering that our zoning code defines a junkyard and salvage and what takes place there. So we don't disseminate, we don't make any dissertation or, what's the word I'm looking for? Determination of value versus repair value versus sale value. That's not.
But that all fits into the equation on whether or not something is being junked or not, or salvage. It all figures into that equation.
All I know is what I'm seeing is our definition of junkyard in front of us.
and that's what we've got to go by is the zoning code.
And we don't have a junkyard. Nobody has come out to that property to look to see what there actually is. Nobody has inspected. Tad didn't even come out. Tad didn't even take those pictures.
Well, Tad, I get it, I mean, whatever, but Tad's no longer here.
I know Tad's no
So we
longer
can't dwell on Tad.
I know, but I
So-
feel like we weren't the only ones that he had misled on several things over the last few months of him being in his position.
Well, it seems to me an option is to apply for a general business zone possibly, or I-2, if you're gonna have open storage. But that means rezoning your property to that.
Okay?
I have no idea if that is something that would fly or not.
Okay.
Would that not, John, then, under our ordinances, then, still under, if they rezoned it to that, wouldn't that still be considered junk under our definition and our ordinances?
I think it's tiptoeing pretty close to it. So even a salvage yard or junkyard in an I-2, I believe, requires a special exception.
So it's up to you.
Can we table it again?
Tad, can they, or I mean, John. I mean, really, I don't know, well, I mean, would another table,
Because we don't.
that'd
like-
be the second table from them, right? Because we tabled it last month.
We tabled it last month
Or-
because we went to talk to an attorney. And
Okay.
we had talked to Moore over in Batesville, and then he referred us to, and he said he didn't feel like he would be able to be at this meeting because he had a commitment at the end of the month, and he did not feel like he would be able to properly prepare. But he was the one that said, it sounds like you need to withdraw your application because you're not applying for the right thing. And then we talked with, I can't think of his name, Blaine, starts with a T, Batesville. We talked with him. Yes, we talked with him, and he remembered the situation, but like I spoke with him once on the phone, I called 3 times, left messages, I'm not getting returns, and then Doug reached out to an attorney yesterday, Monday. We finally got a hold of him, and then we have a meeting on Thursday, so.
Sounds like to me, it almost, with what you're saying, the attorney recommendation is to withdraw it and then talk to your attorney and see what you really should apply.
But then he said we're gonna get in legal troubles if we withdraw.
Just depends on how quickly we get out of lawsuit.
We go Thursday to meet with the attorney, and then we'll put him on retainer, and whatever he says to do, then whatever he says to do, that's what we'll do. I mean, in the meantime, Doug still has been cleaning up, more of the fence is up. He is making strides to get, with everything else going on, he is making strides to get things cleaned up, and to get things
And the goal is
thinned out.
not to keep all of it. the goal is to get down to third quarter of what's in there. But just to be able to do it and not have to fight with this is the goal. I don't even want to quarter it, honestly. There's so much stuff out there that needs to go, but trying to keep everything going has been a battle.
Okay.
Or if we could pass
So
it
what, I mean,
as is, with an exception, that
What's
I'll
that?
clean it up. If we can pass it as is with an exception, I'll maintain it to under X amount of mowers, or
See, like, that's the other thing too.
well, I mean,
We don't
according
even know
according to
what-
our code, I don't think it'll pass as a rural home occupation. But that's,
I mean,
I don't know.
if they get rid of enough stuff that falls under the terminology of salvage, junk, things like that, maybe it would,
Right.
but
that's why we need.
based on
input
what you
from-
have there, it looks like probably not.
But there's not the same amount that's in the picture there. Like I said, nobody's looked.
And then like the other thing too, that I printed off before we came earlier, is these are pictures, the aerial views from 2000, I wrote at the bottom, from 2005 up to 2023, that shows where, since 2000, at least 2002, this was just the zoning number, at least from 2002, when we didn't even own the property, they had stuff there all along. So, like, I mean, I don't get it, like,
It's been there since the 80s.
I mean, there's been stuff piled out there all along. Not to his extent, but there's been stuff all along. So, and it's never been an issue before, there's never been an exception before, there's never been any of those things before, and now all of a sudden it's a problem.
they've never been a complaint before.
Well,
I mean, I'm sorry,
and I get
am I
that.
wrong? I mean,
I get that.
you know what I'm saying?
So,
So, and that's when we, you know, you gotta get involved with that, so.
well, we've actually got the Indiana State Police involved because the complaint form, we believe, was forged.
So you guys gotta make your call. We can't stay here.
We can table it, we'll just table it.
If we can table it and then go see the attorney on Thursday, find out what his thoughts are, what his thought process is, then if we've got to withdraw and reapply, or if we got to go through the process again, whatever we need to do. I mean, because, I think even like when we first went and talked to Moore, he was even going to see, like, could we work together to get something to the point where we could be in compliance to where we could get approved for what he's doing. This is his sole source of income. This is all he does. He doesn't have any other income. So, like, there isn't even a, can we do this and do this, and then we can do this. It's either, I feel like this is so yes and no. It's no, hey, how about Doug, how about you do this? And then that's gonna help you fit a little better into this category or this category. Like, I've never dealt with this before. I've never had these issues before. So, I believe everything's
So if they
fixable.
table it, I mean,
Well, on this, basically, the petitioners nor remonstrators should be granted more than 2 requests for continuance of the petition unless in the determination of the plan commission, of course, these rules apply to the BZA as well. A significant hardship can be demonstrated by the requesting party. If a significant hardship cannot be demonstrated, the petition shall be heard as scheduled. So, who continued it the last time?
We did, because we felt we needed
The
an
item
attorney.
report, well, the item report went back.
And the IDIM report went back.
Was
Right.
it continued because of the IDM report?
that was,
That's
well,
what it
yes,
says, yes.
Is that what was?
that was in the minutes, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay. So that was kind of a joint motion that,
right.
how many times has this been continued? Twice? Or once?
This is
Twice.
the second.
Do you believe there's good cause to continue it? Under the circumstances?
I mean, it would let them get with their attorney and see what they recommend.
We're willing to work
Yeah.
with anything. We're
Well,
willing
I mean,
to
that's
work.
what we hope that we can do.
And that's what
too.
we want to do, is we want to work together to get this problem figured out, to get it where everybody wins here.
So if you're, if, I guess, is that a motion that we gotta
You'd have to move to table
table
it.
it? So you are gonna request to table
Okay, yes,
it, okay?
yes.
So then we'll make a motion to grant their request to table it one more month.
I will make a motion that we grant their wishes to table for,
Thank you.
till the August meeting.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, and then if you don't come in prepared and everything ready to roll next month.
Well, I'm hoping
we're-
within the next couple of weeks, the
It's-
attorney
yeah.
will file whatever he needs to file and get her done.
All right.
I
So,
think we'd have to
Did
take
you get
3
that?
different ones, 4
So
different.
unless
four
this
different ones back to
petition is
somebody to-
withdrawn, this too should be heard on August 4th.
Oh, yes.
now, here's my question. The actual violations that we were charged for, or we were cited for, when does those, like, I think 3 of the 4 we've already got. Who comes out to make sure we've got those done? To make sure we're in compliance with that? Because one of them was everything that was there had to be registered with plates. And that's been done. There was,
Would that be the new director? Or is he gonna?
Probably.
because we understood you were getting a new one
Yeah.
1st of August too. And I figured that would kind of help the situation too, where we could all try to work together and get something.
Or Vicky. Can you get the camera fired up?
Yeah, I said who, all in favor? You made the motion, you seconded it, or he seconded it.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor of the table,
Okay. Just want to make sure we have.
Okay,
okay?
All right.
See you next month.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys, real quick, let's do this. We have to sign,
Findings. What's next? Just that.
that's yours. There you go. Put them back into that pile, please. Here's your,
This is the 3 that I said on the last time.
so we're only getting 3 signatures on these, John.
This is easy.
4.
Well,
No,
Doug's not
I
here.
didn't catch it. Yeah, it shouldn't be good.
Oh, no. That should be Gail,
Who did I put on it?
Doug Smith.
Doug Smith.
Scratch out, let's write the proper name.
Okay.
You know how
You do.
Well, he still ain't here
You
to
got me,
sign.
Ken?
Well, but 3 people get
Right.
majority action if all 3 of you vote to adopt those as your written findings.
So that would be Gail, G-A.
But he's not here to vote on or sign it. I think
Howard, is that his? Howard. Well, maybe I'll spell it. Should let somebody else write it because mine, it's pretty crappy.
you'll see.
You fix that one up. Is that the only one there? There's 3 of them, right, John?
So, yeah, one for the Jeff Fuller special exception, one for the Audrey Fuller special exception, one for the Audrey Fuller variance. And there probably needs to be a motion and a second, and a vote to adopt those as the
To
board's.
adopt these. All right, my name ain't on this one. Yeah, it is. And this will be Gail. Oh, shit.
Probably thinking tech review.
We don't need this right now, don't do anything with that, I don't think. All right, that should be it. Now, we may need a motion to accept them as presented, signed, or whatever.
I make a motion that we accept the findings of tax as prepared and signed as our findings of facts from last meeting.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. All right, now,
Motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
all right, all in favor? Okay,
I see.
Rick, did you second?
He made the motion.
Who seconded? Tom?
he made the
Oh, Doug.
motion, and
Doug.
Doug seconded the adjourn. Sorry.
Second.
Keep it all together. All right.
Yeah, I need to move down too. So. We'll get Doug stick back here where he's supposed to be.
Oh, you got around tonight?
Gotta pass out.
You got one.
Here it comes. I got that letter. I'll get it over to the side.
It should be in order as to the calendar happening. I thought that would be easier.
Yes.
Thank you. I assumed that was a while.
Everybody's got names.
I see that.
Well, sorry.
No, I
It
think
just makes it easier.
Where I'm sitting now.
You want to train the names.
Then interview the second.
So is this for me, or is this mine, or?
Yeah, well, and this is, don't bring it up.
He's got,
Somebody don't have a name.
okay, that's the extra. We can give that to Brent down there.
Everybody wants to sit by the door in case you get in trouble. Is this Brent right here just came in? And
We have a
everything
rotating
should be in order.
Everything's all for Got it, perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. Should all be in order.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, well, I'm talking today. Did I miss the activity last week? No, this is about the town ordinances. Okay. They want to follow the zoning where they want to take their towns back to businesses, type of thing.
I'll give
Like
you
that.
one of these.
I've got that from last week.
What's that?
Yep,
That's just for the executive.
he is here, and here's Sue's. Those have to be read in. They have to be read in, yeah.
Yeah, one goes to Amy. You keep one in the office.
That's what I told him about that too. I didn't switch your name.
You may not want to do that. You do my task.
Same here.
6, 7. Get set. Oh. Brett.
Ready?
Brett.
I'll make it up, read my own name. I didn't touch anything, it was just the way it's set up.
Okay, we'll bring tonight's planning commission meeting to order. Are there any additions or corrections for last month's meeting minutes? Hearing none, the minutes stand as written. Item number 1, David Mulligan, application for rezone from LB zone to GB zone, allowing automotive service, including bodywork and painting, part of Section 22, Township 8 North, Range 11 East, Center Township, Town of Osgood, 2.126 acres. Dave,
Hello.
green cards, you got them?
Yes, turned them in this time.
So, I mean, this is basically just that's been a business for years.
30 years.
For
Yeah.
years. So, and this will allow you to do body work,
Yes.
basically,
Yes.
along with other stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the board?
No.
Okay. Have a seat, we'll open up to public comment. Anybody from the audience that has a question, concern, or statement about this application? Come on up to the microphone, state your name and question or concern. Okay. Hearing none, we will close public comment. Any other questions from the board? No? Okay. Basically, this will be going to the Town of Osgood with a favorable.
Did we vote?
Huh?
Did we vote on that?
No, we-
We waited because of the cards.
Right.
Yeah. But we send this to the Town of Osgood with a favorable, non-favorable, or no recommendation at all. Would somebody like to make a motion on this application?
I'll make the motion that we send it to the town of Osgood with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, motion made that we make it with a favorable recommendation. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion made a second. All those in favor make known by raising your right hand. Doug Smith.
Point of order. Could you turn your microphones up? I know I can't. It's not a PA.
It's not a PA system, it's just recording for public record. I'm sorry, I'll try to talk
You
louder.
can talk loud.
I'll try to talk louder for you, sir. Okay.
And then Steve, who made the motion to approve the minutes? The minutes,
Yeah.
I did.
okay. And
Okay.
your second vote? Was there a vote on the
Yeah.
minutes?
Yeah.
Steve and Rick.
Okay, second thing on the agenda, Town of Milan, mapping and overlay. Come on up.
Thank you. And I don't know necessarily how best to handle this because a lot of what I'm going to say is for all three of the
Repetitive.
towns.
Okay.
And so I guess I understand that there are three different requests, but I would just ask that my remarks be adopted as it pertains to all three of the requests, and that way I don't have to say the same thing over and over again.
I don't see an issue with that, because a lot of the stuff will be general information.
Right.
And if you have any very specific items that's related to any individual town, maybe save those for the end
Yes,
and discuss those individually,
yes.
perhaps after, you
Yep.
know. Yeah. That's Joe Jenner. Oh, go ahead and state your name.
All right. My name is Joe Jenner, and I'm an attorney in Madison, Indiana, and I am representing the towns of Versailles, Osgood, and Milan in their request to essentially create an overlay district in their commercial area that essentially limits and deals with first-level storefront properties in that overlay area. And it would basically, they're asking to reduce or deal with residential in those commercial and mixed-use buildings. So if I can, this amendment is intended to preserve and strengthen the downtown business districts by ensuring that limited street-level commercial space remains available for businesses, services, offices, restaurants, and future economic development opportunities. This proposal is not intended to eliminate housing from the communities. Rather, it's intended to preserve the traditional Main Street pattern that has historically contributed to thriving downtowns throughout Indiana and the Midwest. And this amendment is considered under the local zoning authority granted to local governments pursuant to Indiana law. And specifically, that is Indiana Code 36-7-4-604, which is the authority under which we are requesting this. And they all participate, as you know, in the Ripley County Area Plan Commission, and you guys are authorized to deal with this, with zoning amendments. What you're authorized to do is basically either give a favorable or unfavorable or no recommendation that would then go back. The requirements under the Indiana Code are to A, conduct a public hearing, which is what we're doing now, provide notice of the hearing, and make the proposed amendment available for public view. And that will also be done through their ordinance process when they get back to their specific towns. And then receive oral and written comments from interested parties before making a recommendation. So we believe that this evening's hearing is not only appropriate, it's specifically required by Indiana law as part of the zoning amendment portion. Again, we're asking that you, your role is to review the proposed amendment and determine whether it's consistent with sound planning principles and long-term needs of the affected communities. The Plan Commission would then make a recommendation to the legislative bodies of the participating towns. And so, again, tonight's step is an important part of the public process. It's going to allow various individuals from those communities to be able to be heard and heard with regard to that. So, and then after tonight, what will happen is the recommendation would be certified and forwarded to the respective town councils. Each town must independently consider their proposed ordinance, and each town may hold additional discussion and public consideration. And each town must vote whether to adopt the ordinances within the jurisdiction. I believe that this is really the normal process and what happens a lot in towns throughout. So I think it's important to kind of talk about what does this ordinance do and what doesn't it do. What this ordinance does is it establishes an overlay district that applies only within a specific mapped area of the town. It's not a town-wide regulation. The proposal affects only the core commercial downtown area, essentially, and does not change zoning throughout the rest of the community. The ordinance prohibits street-level and first-floor residential uses in commercial or mixed-use buildings located in non-residential zoning districts within the overlay district. Again, what they're trying to do is preserve their downtown storefronts and maintain opportunities for future businesses and commercial activities. Existing single-family homes are protected. The ordinance specifically exempts structures originally designed as single-family homes that continue to be used as single-family homes. We're not trying to eliminate existing houses located in these areas. Why the towns are pursuing this? Downtown businesses contain a finite amount of commercial frontage. When ground floor storefronts become residential units, what happens? We lose business opportunities, we lose future investment opportunities, and retail presence declines, walkability is diminished. Every storefront that becomes an apartment is one less location that is available for future business. This is all about supporting economic development. Businesses create jobs, they create local services, tax revenue, downtown activity, and tourism opportunities. A healthy downtown benefits the entire community through jobs, investments, and economic activity. What the ordinance does not do is it does not take anybody's property. It does not condemn buildings. It does not require current residents to move. It does not ban housing throughout the community. It does not eliminate upper story residential units. It does not prohibit ownership or sale of property. Or it does not affect most residential neighborhoods. This ordinance is not anti-housing, but it's pro-downtown. A concern that has been fielded by, I think, a lot of the communities that we're talking about is what happens to these first-floor residential units if this goes into effect. The current first-floor residential units on these, in the storefronts or on the street level in these areas are not immediately eliminated. No one's being required to move because of this ordinance. Existing residents can remain right where they are. Under Section 2, a non-conforming residential use would terminate if vacant for more than 60 days. So if the dwelling unit remains vacant or unoccupied for more than 60 days, the residential use cannot be reestablished. Or if the non-conforming use ceases for 60 days, then it may not resume. Or if it's sold, again, the non-conforming use may not continue. There's also a specification in there for rehab. Obviously, you've got the first 60 days, and then I believe it says that in the ordinance that you can apply for an additional 60 days, so 120 days for rehab. This is the town's intent to gradually transition street-level residential uses towards commercial uses over time rather than require immediate conversion. The government is not taking away your property rights here, and we know that's a concern. But property rights are important. However, zoning has always balanced private property rights with long-term interests of the community. I think one thing to look at in doing this is not uncommon. It just hasn't happened here. This is typical in a lot of communities. Aurora is an example that is pretty close by that we can all see. They have dealt with street level and first floor residential in their B2 district, and they recognize the need to regulate these first floor residential uses within the downtown district. They adopted a zoning regulation that's frankly even a little stricter than this. And I think if you go downtown to Aurora, you can see what has happened. And their downtown and their business community is more vibrant than it's ever been. Batesville is another one that undertook a comprehensive modernization of its development code. They have the same type of things. Madison, where I'm from, we don't even allow residential units within the commercial district. It's not allowed in the actual central business district.
First floor residential.
First floor, yes. Second
Okay.
floor, absolutely.
Yeah.
And this encourages that.
Right.
Lebanon, Franklin, and Yorktown, all similar situations. So again, we believe that this amendment protects limited downtown commercial space, supports business growth, encourages downtown investment, and preserves traditional Main Street development patterns, protects existing single-family homes, allows for current residential occupants to remain, and applies only within this limited overlay district. And we did that at the request. We made a lot of these changes in conjunction with the tech review board that I met with. Tried to kind of pare this down from where it was and just make it general. Now, I will say that the town of Versailles is, not Versailles, Osgood is different. They have a slightly different aspect because they have requested that multifamily housing being excluded from general business and local business zones. The other two have not made that request, and that was not noticed on there, but it was noticed as it pertained to Osgood. So that is one difference between the three. But again, we tried to work with the tech review committee to try and come up with something we felt that was fashionable that you guys would approve. We're hopeful that you do approve this because, and not approve it, but favorably recommend this because we think it shows a sign of collaboration. It shows a sign of the community wanting to work together with the county to establish something that these communities can be proud of. It's not often where we get three individual communities that all kind of want to work together towards something, and I think that that's kind of unique here, and I think it's really kind of special. I would also want to say that your assistant here, Vicki, was fantastic. She was excellent to work with, and she was very, very helpful, because this was not easy to try to put all this together and try to work with the three communities, and she was doing it at a time when you had lost your director, and she was very, very helpful, and I appreciate everything that she did there. So if you've got any questions immediately for me, I'm happy to answer them. I do have a couple of folks that are directly related to the community board, town boards, that have a little something to say, and then I will answer any questions that you guys have, and try to answer them as best I can, so.
I do have.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
For tech review, I believe we repeatedly did not like the 60 days. We did not feel 60 days was an adequate length of time. We asked more along the lines of 6 months. We also asked the question of, who's inspecting this 60 days? Who pushes the stopwatch to start the 60 days? And I don't think we ever really got, I mean, that was two of the big things that I know we just kept hammering on. Can you speak to the community why the 60 days still, and who's responsible for starting that time clock?
Well, I think the communities themselves are responsible for enforcing their ordinances.
Okay.
And so I think they would be the ones that would kind of deal with the 60 days, potentially in conjunction with your new director, or what, I don't know what you guys call your person, but your director. So I believe that they would be the ones to try to do that. If we need to put something in the ordinance that makes you feel a little more comfortable with that, we can certainly do that when it comes to kind of the stopwatch or how that's determined. I mean, there's always timeframes that are put in every ordinances, and so I think that it's just left up to those towns to kind of determine that. The towns were very unanimous and consistent with their desire to have it at 60. Frankly, they wanted it, some wanted earlier than that, but they were very consistent with that desire, and I understand that that was a difference that we had with the Tech Review Committee, but they felt that was sufficient, and again, their goal is to try and, what they believe is they've got a problem. They believe they have a chronic problem where they've got businesses and they've got people who want to invest in these areas, but there's no place for them. And so they'd like to try to rectify that as quickly as possible.
I have one question or clarification, and I may have misheard you. I'm sorry, there's a lot of chatter from this side of the room over here. You may want to wrap the gavel on that, Steve.
I will.
Because when you're sitting over here and you hear people mumbling over here, it's kind of tough. You commented about the 60 days. Did you mention something to the effect of request an additional 60 days?
Yes.
What was that about? Because I don't see it in
But
the.
only in one.
Huh?
That only showed up in red in one town, but I don't think it
That was, I had sent that to Vicki. I was gone on vacation all last week, so I'd sent that to her as best that I could. But
Section 2.
that section 2 would apply in every town ordinance.
So we can take the section 2 from Milan, and that is the same for Osgood and Versailles.
That's correct.
Okay, because I didn't, the language you asked about, I didn't see any in either of the other two. It is in Milan.
Yes, I apologize for that. That was
Okay.
probably my fault.
So this is the point where if there's specifics about one, we need to
Yeah,
comment about that.
but that would be the same for all three.
Okay.
Correct. Yes.
And then one other question. The 60, or basically the no multifamily in GB, the only one that there is for Osgood. What is the underlying reasons for that? GB or LD, correct.
Some folks from Osgood are not here tonight, and so I would probably have them address that. However,
This would still permit R1 and R2 uses though,
yes.
just not R3? Okay.
But I think they have some areas within the overlay district, and again, and within those two specific zones, where they believe that some multifamily has come in that has really been what they believe to be detrimental to their business district. And so they would like to try and rectify that, or at least have an ability to do so through the variance process or whatever. Anything else from me right now?
And at any point, if a person sells their building, then it automatically kicks it out, and they have to change that first floor into a business.
No. Well, if they sell it, yes. Yes.
So anytime property changes hands, then it automatically gets pressed into this.
Yeah.
Well, again, it is commercial or mixed use. Only those buildings. It's not,
It's not a residential house.
That's correct.
It's only our,
it's just your commercial and mixed use buildings.
You have 4 apartments in that building on the first floor. You're saying that they want those apartments to cease and desist on the time that building is sold? I thought the non-conforming use that stayed, an existing non-conforming use, was still allowed.
If it were sold, then that is if it's sold, then that non-conforming use goes away.
Whoa, is that written in here? You wrote that in here, Joe?
Well, it's
You got a gavel?
Yeah.
Let me look here.
Because I was under the impression that non-conforming uses only go away when the use ceases for the number of days. Have you written something more specific that
I thought I
says
read
upon
that
the sale?
somewhere.
Is
on
that-
section 2, he's got it in red there.
Yeah, I see it's
Or has been sold
somewhere.
or deed transferred.
It's not
Is
affected.
that for Mylan?
That's for everybody. Section 2 is the same for everybody.
So section 2 is the same for everybody.
Well, it still says cease for 60 days. If it's still in existence, I don't know how you can kick that
Yeah.
use out. That's not how I read this.
I don't think Osgood, does Osgood have that same link? Oh, you added to it.
Look.
All
Okay.
three of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't say that in section 2.
Yeah, here.
No, it says if the non-conforming use is vacant. But if those 4 apartments are still full upon sale of that apartment, I don't know how you kick them out.
Let's be clear on this.
No building or structure or part thereof where a non-conforming use has ceased for 60 days or more, or has been sold or deed transferred, shall again be put to a non-conforming use. So once that sale occurs, then you can't continue on with that non-conforming use. That's what's on the table.
So I know when we went through tech review, we didn't see that part, because to me, that is a super huge. I mean, we've been told many times by the courts in Ripley County that they're not gonna kick people out of their homes. And basically by ordinance, this would kick somebody out of their home simply because a deed changed to somebody else's ownership or was
That can
bought by
happen,
somebody else.
that can happen upon any deed change.
Yeah, it can happen anytime. Yeah, that can happen
You can't
anytime.
force somebody out.
Yeah, but
By law, you can't force somebody out of a use that they, that family may have lived there for 15 years. But I mean, and all of a sudden, now that the building sells, they're out.
Well, it wouldn't even be a sale. If I died and the deed transferred to my son, then by definition, it would be a non-conforming use then.
And it would continue unless the use ceases, right? Not just upon a sale. I guess I'm not seeing this where if a building sells. Am I reading this wrong?
It says or has been sold or deed transferred.
Okay, there it is.
There's the caveat.
I just don't see red too well.
But can't that happen?
To clarify here, to make sure I'm understanding this, if I have a building that's got first floor rental property, and this is continuing on, and I sell it to someone else, then that no longer, they can no longer rent that out?
That is correct. That's what is proposed.
Okay. Yeah,
But again, that's only if it's zoned, if it's within this overlay district.
right, I get that. I mean, I'm just understanding that if somebody did it, but I mean, if it's a continued use of what it's doing until the time that it would be beyond the 120 days if it's rehabbed, or 60 days the other way.
So if a building has 1 unit on the first floor, 3 units on the second floor, and it's sold, all 4 units are gone?
Absolutely not. Second
No,
floor is
just
just
second
fine.
floor.
Just the
fine.
non,
Just second.
What the multi-use says,
That's where I
the
was-
multi-family part. Does
That
that
would-
void that?
That would be the case in
Osgood.
Osgood only.
So then, there's 4 units. You can't just turn the first floor back to a business and keep the 3 units upstairs. They're gone too.
That is the way that this is currently proposed.
Wait a minute, so,
For Osgood.
that's for Osgood, okay, it's for Osgood, not for, because why, it's not the way I read that.
yeah.
No wonder that you're,
What does the law say?
That to me is a big change, because that is not how I read this when we were going through this in tech review and going back and forth. I did not see anything that if it's sold, that the uses had to cease in that overlay zone. And in Osgood, if that building's sold, no residents could go back into GB or an LB. If you sell a commercial building in LB or GB, and the way Osgood's written, all residential use in that building has to cease.
I believe that is correct. That's what Osgood
Says,
I'm totally confused. We're referring to, you're saying if the building is destroyed or if it ceases to be used? Or if
If
it's
it's
sold?
sold. or
Sold,
transferred.
sold.
If
How are you
it's
saying that's
sold-
only Osgood? Because the red ink looks like it's written the same way for every town on the secondary page.
He asked a specific question as it pertains to multifamily.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Osgood is in multifamily completely out of LB and GB. It's the only town that's doing that. That's why I asked for Osgood.
Gotcha.
Jim, yeah, tissue. A tissue.
I think I understand it.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay, you can have a seat, and we'll open it up for comments on Town of Milan. Come on up.
Hi, my name's Deb Shoemate. I'm the president of the Milan Town Board. I can address a couple of the questions that were asked as far as who's going to monitor it. The towns are going to be responsible for monitoring this, obviously. We're just asking for the ordinance as an overlay to help us better our towns as far as the downtown areas where people want to put businesses in. I have had people request for store frontage, and there isn't really anything hardly anymore. There's a couple of buildings that have the potential, but they're in the process of the legal system right now to be cleaned up. Hopefully, they'll get compliant and be able to offer that space, but as of right now, we have nothing to offer any businesses. As far as Aurora goes, this is this is the exact same thing they have. It's not different than theirs. Theirs started as 30 days. They went to 15, and they have several people requesting them to go to 0 days because they're seeing, if you've been there 10 years ago, I went and talked to the mayor 5 years ago, and I said, what have you done? What have you done to turn this around? He said, we changed the ordinance for the lower level businesses to go back to being businesses. They should have never been turned into residential property in the first place. They were zoned to be businesses all along. If a new property owner comes along to buy one of these properties, they should know that it's zoned, just like any landowner should know the ordinances of their area, what's allowed legally, business-wise, or residential-wise, or whatever. It's kind of up to, when I think we've talked about, or listened to you guys talk about that in previous meetings, about that being kind of the buyer's job, is to kind of have that knowledge of what that property they're buying is allowed to do. So anyhow, we're not against the landlords. We're not against trying to run people out of their homes. We're just saying we think 60 days is more than enough, because I can tell you, I've been a landlord myself. If I have a rental property, I'm going to turn that thing over as quick as I can to get somebody in there, because I'm losing money if I don't have a renter. So I would like to get a renter in there in less than 60 days, honestly, if I'm a landlord, that is.
Right.
If I'm looking to rehab the building for other use, then I have to know that purchasing the property, that is something I'm going to have to deal with. I either get it, I'll have to obviously have that first floor conform to a business. The upstairs, I can leave as apartments if I chose to. But if I also choose to not have that, I would have that right as a new property owner anywhere. My neighbor had a duplex, and as soon as it was sold, they kicked out those 2 renters and rehabbed it and rented it to 2 different people. It's done all the time, so this is not like anybody's trying to change anything. So, anyhow, again, we're not trying to get rid of people who have their homes now, or the businesses that, or the landlords that own those properties now. We're just asking that when they become vacant, when we, as the town managers and so forth, recognize this, the clock will start, and if they have a special exception and want to come and ask for the 60-day extension, then we'll look at doing that. So, any questions for Town of Milan?
Basically, the corridor is not the entirety of West Carr Street,
Correct.
and pretty much Main Street from Wood to Joseph Street, basically.
Ours is not as near as big as some of the other towns, as far as our overlay. But it's our historic, I guess you could call it.
Basically, the historic
Yes,
downtown.
the historic downtown.
Okay.
So these were businesses back in the day, but have long since gone away. But again, the ask is there from community members. And we have actually, since this has gone out, we have actually had support from community, from the people who received the notices. I had 2 actual letters come to me. So that's all I have.
Any questions?
I have a question for you.
Yeah,
I've been down the old section,
in
and
Milan.
if you want to increase the business use, already it seems like there's a parking problem.
That's because all the renters park on the street. There is parking available behind, and that should be enforced. And I think as we allow businesses, we will.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Okay,
Yes.
Priscilla?
Okay, anybody else from the audience, come on up, state your name.
Would you be okay if the sales is there? Or do you want to?
We'll stick with Milan right now.
I like to hear these one at a time.
Yes, yeah, let's stick with Milan right now.
My name's Steve Gimmer. I own property in my island. Couple questions. I paid for that land, right? I bought it. I pay taxes on it. And now you're going to tell me what I can do with it? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. Commercial land, how much commercial land can you rent out? You know who has the biggest bankruptcy of commercial land? Ohio and Indiana. Because right now, in this day and age, everybody goes online and buys everything. You're not going to have those stores anymore. And if somebody wants a little store, they buy a piece of commercial property and they turn it back. But you're saying I can't sell my property that I'm renting out now, that I put money into, to put those things in, a piece of property that was empty for 10 years before I bought it? And now you're saying if I sell it, they got to convert it back? How do you do that? What gives you all the right to do that? You know, property is property. That's my property. Now, if you gave me a grant, it's part of yours. You didn't give me no grant. So I don't understand how they even think you can do that. I'm serious. That's unbelievable to me that this meeting's even taking place. You're telling people what they can do with their property that they bought and paid for, they worked for it, paid for it, they paid dearly in taxes on that thing, and now you're telling them they can't do anything with it? And he's right. He dies, his son gets it, boom. And who's going to rent it? Why do you think, I would rather rent it out as commercial, it's worth more money. But nobody wants to rent it as commercial. So they turn it into residential. And it makes a good thing. I'm not all for all the rentals in towns either. I'd rather see people own it. But that's not always the case. So you'd rather have the building all boarded up and nobody living in it? So let me ask you this. After 60 days and I don't have it rented out, that means I don't have to pay taxes on it until I can get it rented by commercial? Because no commercial wants to come and rent it? I mean, you're sitting there telling a man that he's got to pay for this. What if nobody ever rents it? He's still got to pay the taxes, don't he? And you're going to make me pay it on commercial property, even though nobody rents it? How do we do that? You know, it's unbelievable to me that this is even taking place. We're not in New York. You know, we're not in Indy. This is wrong. This is dead wrong. And if the people are smart, they come together and fight this. And one of the easiest ways to fight it is to get together and hold taxes back until you get off this high horse and put that money in escrow and sue you. How would you do with no money? Tax money for a year. And it can be done. Well, it takes 10% and your county's broke.
Okay.
So again, it ain't gonna happen.
Well, there needs to be a little clarification.
Yeah.
We as a plan commission are not proposing these ordinances. We are holding the public hearing on these ordinances. These ordinances are proposed by your towns.
Well, we're gonna have to go up that town and straighten them out again before
They ultimately, our recommendations will ultimately go to the towns for their final decision. So when you say you guys doing this, we're holding a public hearing for public input, and these will be sent.
Well, I apologize, but to me, I don't know why you would hold a hearing.
Because we have.
We have to, it's by law.
Indiana law. All
right. I didn't mean to jump in front
Well, I just, procedural question, I have comments that kind of pertain to all three municipalities, Mr. Chairman. Would you rather me wait until
I
we're through
will, if it has anything to do with Mylan, now.
Is this just Mylan we're talking about?
Yes.
Oh, okay. We're going to take each town separately.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
I think that'd be probably a little easier to keep it together.
All right.
Make sure.
Okay. State your name and.
Good evening. My name is Joe Seacos. I am a certified land use planner with Clark Quinn Law in Indianapolis, Indiana. Address at 320 North Meridian Street, Suite 1100. I was contracted by Jessica Beach and some other property owners through the communities. It may be easier just to say, if you're opposed to these ordinances, could you raise your hand? So, as a certified land use planner, a little bit about me.
I spent the past 25 years of my career on y'all's side of the table. I've been staff planner, zoning administrator, planning director for a multitude of communities in Indiana. So my job was to advise boards such as yourself. In this instance, I believe the proposed overlay district amendment presents significant economic property rights and community challenges. The economic reality is this can create a storefront dead zone. The explicit intent of this ordinance is to preserve downtown commercial vitality. But the economic reality of small town, small town downtowns often dictates otherwise. It creates an artificial vacancy, and I won't go through this word for word, I'll hit a couple high points. But the artificial vacancy forces street-level storefronts to remain vacant while awaiting a commercial tenant that may never materialize. This creates a visual dynamic of decline, empty, dark storefronts, damaged downtown revitalization, much more than ground floor residents. As we say, vacancy breeds vacancy, and activity breeds activity. As mentioned, the retail apocalypse shift. As brick and mortar retail footprints continue to shrink nationwide, as we see these expansion of online marketplaces such as Amazon. I placed an Amazon order for some household goods myself this afternoon instead of going to the store. These small towns must rely on a mixed-use organic economy rather than a commercial-only mandate. The market cannot support a retail business or office space. Property owners need that flexibility to adapt. These ground floor rents also often provide underlying cash flows that allow building owners to maintain the structures, pay the property taxes, and eventually invest in renovations. Removing this stream risks building abandonment or severe deferred maintenance. As far as the 60-day vacancy clause, I believe it should reflect Section 80.07F of your current zoning ordinance, providing that 12 months. If any of these ordinances were to pass, I believe that's a fair and standard that's been established by the county. 60 days in and of itself presents an unrealistic repair and turnaround timeline. We've all tried to hire contractors to do work. And it's 2 weeks, if it's not an emergency, to have a plumber come out to tell you what you need. Then it's another week to 10 days to get your permitting. Then if they have all the parts, maybe it's another week to get it done. If they have to order a part, have to go to another job in between, maybe that's 3 or 4 more weeks. Now we're at our 60 days to fix the toilet. To me, this feels like a de facto regulatory amortization, acts as a backdoor mechanism to phase out private property rights without compensation, punishes property owners for standard market friction, tenant turnover times, or eviction delays. It also serves as a disincentive to remodel. If an owner wants to take a unit off the market for a comprehensive modernization that requires 3 to 4 months of construction, they're penalized by losing the right to use it altogether. This continues to exacerbate the small town housing shortage. This has been, I'm sure you've all heard this plenty of times, that Indiana is seeing a housing shortage. This restricts affordable units and actively harms working class families and the local service industry employees who want to live near these downtowns. These are people that want to live and work and won't be able to walk to work, live in the same downtown. Furthermore, this conflicts with what we've seen from the Indiana General Assembly. House Enrolled Act 1001 passed last year, which is a comprehensive housing reform act with the explicit goal of increasing housing supply and removing unnecessary barriers to density. As a side note, both representatives from Ripley County did support House Bill 1001. This also serves as an invitation for future state preemption. We all know that 1001 was stripped of a lot of its teeth, taking away local zoning powers. this is not gone for good. We all expect to see that back in the next General Assembly session. We don't want communities like this to serve as Exhibit A for why the state's taking away local zoning powers. Just restricting the first floor units is also disproportionate on accessibility for seniors and those with disabilities. These buildings don't have elevators and provide that walkable proximity to needed goods and services. As far as professional planning that was mentioned before, this is opposite of what the American Planning Association and the Indiana chapter of the American Planning Association advocate for. They've explicitly stated that local land use regulations are a primary driver for the national 4 million home housing deficit. This rejects the flexibility of mixed use and continues to block the missing middle housing. As the Indiana chapter of the American Planning Association often highlights, the critical need for diverse housing types such as ground floor apartments, lived workspaces, and accessory units to address these affordability challenges. This residential limits the production of this missing middle housing in these walkable areas. So all that's well and good. I did provide you some alternatives in my handout. So not just no, no, no. Here are some items that I've seen work in communities in the past, such as a live-work district, grant and tax incentives, which are highly effective. I can vouch for. I was the planning director for the city of Franklin when we drafted their downtown revitalization grants. Crystal Linky there has administered that to great success. There's also some design and performance standards that would allow first floor residential units to remain, and when these are remodeled or permits pulled, would require those to appear as a storefront from the front facade, right? The next is a more focused implementation of any of these. The stated intent was for the downtown commercial districts. The maps I've seen expand this regulation through the commercial corridors far outside of the downtown areas, where you don't see 2- 3-story commercial structures at all. If we're going to focus this implementation, you target it in primarily downtown areas surrounding the town hall, the county courthouse, and focus those on impactful intersections rather than corridors. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
No. You can have a seat.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, anyone else wish to speak about Milan, please come on up.
Hello, I'm TJ Jacobs. I own the property at 214 Carr Street, which is directly same size as the post office directly across the street.
Okay.
I'm assuming I'm in the overlay. I have not seen the overlay, so I don't know this for sure.
That would be post office right there.
Yep, that would be the post office. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at, sorry. There should be as well. So, my building's right there, so am I part of that overlay or not? I'm WGB.
Looks like you're in for the overlay.
Okay, so I thought I was. My building was originally a house. And at some point, they turned the front of it into a commercial space.
Okay.
I don't know what year that was. The last thing I know that was there was the seamstress shop, is what I've been told. I have 2 first floor units. I have a first floor unit in the seamstress shop, but I also have the back of the house still. So under this proposed ordinance, I couldn't do anything with any of my first floor. I have my first floor unit in the rear of the house. It has a rear entrance, has rear parking, has nothing to do with Main Street. Has a door that comes off the side porch, where my upstairs unit goes. But according to this ordinance that they're proposing, my whole first floor would have to be vacant. Because there's nothing in there that says it has to face Main Street, it just says first floor unit. Correct?
If they're existing and being rented,
If they're existing and being rented. Correct, that is correct, but I'm also a general contractor. This is what I do every day for a living. I own a construction business with about 6 guys. We do everything from little residential stuff to multi-million-dollar renovations. You cannot turn a unit in 60 days if you have to renovate it. I've heard that there's 120 days here. It's even hard to turn a unit in 120 days if the tenant trashes it before they leave. And get everybody in there and get everybody back out. So the only thing you're doing with those units is, those units are basically going to keep declining, and you're never going to be able to remodel them. And I've heard statements that the towns are going to enforce this. When I bought my building, there was somebody living in a tribal trailer in the backyard of that building with no electricity, no sewer. They've been there a while. Nobody made them move. Nobody made them leave. I made them leave. I gave them 2 weeks to get off my property. And I made it quite clear that they had to get off my property, because this is what I do. I'm an investor. I buy properties. I buy, sell properties all the time. I can tell you, I recently just turned down a property in one of these 3 communities because the first floor was a business and it was on a month-to-month. And I'm like, I'm not buying it, because if that first floor business moves out, I'm never going to get a first floor business to go back in there again. I mean, I've been part of the community now for about 7, 8 years with this building. We fixed it up. We try to keep it nice. There's different ways to try to fix the downtown up. One is enforce codes. I own some property in the city of Lawrenceburg. If your property looks bad, you're getting a phone call, like quickly. And if you don't comply, you're getting fines. And they're going to fine you and make sure that your property is compliant. And it looks good and it doesn't look trashy. And they're fixing Lawrenceburg up. And I know that they're fixing Aurora up, but these towns are not Aurora. I mean, we're talking 10 buildings here. Aurora's 50 buildings, 75 buildings, 100 buildings. I still won't buy property in Aurora because it's too hard to try to get in there. You're not going to get a first floor tenant in there. It's really, really hard because there's so much commercial space down there. There really is. So that's one community I do not buy property in. So and I do have some questions about this. So the ordinance that went through tech review, where can that be seen at?
Do you have a copy of that, David?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know which version. Well, I'm not trying to be facetious, I'm just telling you, there were many, many versions.
There were many versions that went through tech review.
Well, the towns adopted an original version.
Okay.
And then they came to us saying, we would like you to put this before hearing.
Okay.
Adopt it. Or
So where can
let
we-
us adopt it, and then probably make it an appendix in our code.
Okay, so where can we see the versions that are going to be adopted, potentially? Do we even know?
Each town has.
So each town has a copy.
We have copies right here, and I can get you a copy.
Okay, but where does the public have to go to town hall to see the copy and read it? Because it's not online anywhere. I haven't seen it. Like, when I got my letter in the mail, this is what I got, was 1 page.
Right.
That was it. No overlay map, no nothing. I was assured that I could see the overlay map here tonight. I figured there'd be a nice big sign showing all the overlay maps. Not, I mean, like, no, who in here has seen the overlay map for each of the towns? Raise your hand.
We got to go to the courthouse.
I know, right? There you go.
People are expected to, when they get the notice, to call, ask questions, come in, look at that stuff.
Look at that stuff. Correct, and that's fine. But not everybody, not everybody has time, it's, so just.
There's what's before us tonight for mine.
Yeah, no, I got
Got
it.
it? Okay.
It's right here.
Do you have just the notice, or do you actually have the proposed ordinance?
No, I just got the notice. That was all in my envelope.
That's
the only thing I got.
That's the proposed ordinance that's been supplied. Yeah, we can make
So
that.
this is the proposed ordinance for Milan tonight then?
I believe so.
Okay,
yes.
perfect. Thank you all.
I have a question.
Yes.
You said your building that you had was originally a residence originally?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it's originally a residence,
It doesn't apply.
that would not apply.
But it's, I'm in the overlay.
Well,
And I'm zoned general business. When that building was built, it was a residence.
wouldn't the property be zoned
I'm zone general business.
I'm just asking here, because my understanding was
the
it
one
was
who's got the
originally
general
residential,
business and
it
the
could
LB
stay
that says no
residential.
multifamily housing.
Okay, but this says no first floor. Like I said, I have a unit that is still part of the original house.
Correct.
Was it a single family originally?
It was a single family when it was built, but it is not now though.
Oh, okay.
I'm-
That was what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Mine is considered, I'm an LB in the overlay.
It doesn't matter.
But it doesn't matter, you have the home, you have.
It's not a single family home now, it's a three family.
It was built as a single family.
Yeah, but that's not what is on that paper up there. Because I'm in general, it says general business in the overlay. I am in the overlay.
It does say commercial building.
And it was a commercial building because it was a seamstress shop. I have
It
a,
was originally built as a house, a residence.
That doesn't make it a commercial building.
well, and that's why I'm throwing all this out here to you all.
Is it TJ?
Yes.
Section 3, prohibition of street level and first floor residential uses. Section 3B, this prohibition does not apply to structures originally designed as single-family dwellings that continue to be used as single-family dwellings in non-residential zoning.
Mine is not a single family dwelling. Mine is a three family dwelling.
Like it initially was, and there's other buildings in our overlay that are also homes.
But it says continued use.
It says continued use. Yeah, so like I said, mine was originally a commercial at some point because they took the front entrance and walled off the back half of the house and made it into the seamstress shop plus whatever it was before then. And one more final comment just on talking about if like stuff goes away and like you were saying, if it gets, you deed this to your son, like you're going to lose that non-conforming use. In the state of Indiana, anything over a duplex has to be sprinkled. If it's a conforming use and you sell that property and you want to, or the last use that property was, so say if I have 3 units in this property, and it's just a whatever, the state of Indiana will let me keep those 3 units. If you change the usage of that, you can never go back to residential without having to sprinkle the building. Stuff we run into all the time in old buildings in the state of Indiana. Just
Is that non-conforming use or conforming use?
doesn't matter. It's the state of Indiana fire code. I've got a building in Lawrenceburg right now. The only reason we're able to do the remodel on it, it's commercial space first floor, residential 2 and 3. It's because that was the last use of the building before the fire codes changed. If we could not have proved that in that building, we would have had to sprinkle the whole building. It would have killed the deal. Because sprinkling a building's $150,000. So just a little food for thought on your all's end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, come on up, state your name for the record, please.
Yes, I'm Brian Wood. I couldn't hear half of what was being said, so if I repeat something, it's because I couldn't hear it. If you take all the commercial off of Carr Street, and I don't know what the map is, so I ain't got a clue, but if you take all that land and turn that first street into take all that rental property off of Carr Street like that, you're going to turn that into what Osgood is right now, that Mrs. Beach back here is trying to fix. It looks like hell. There's nothing in them stores. It looks like a dump, and that's what Milan's going to look like. At least you got somebody in there that's paying. And if you got all these businesses coming in, wanting to get into town, where are they at? We've got several lots right on Main Street, right on 101 that's for sale. You got buildings all over that are sitting there empty. So I don't understand why you would do this to the people that is trying to keep your town going. We're all business owners. We're trying to keep things going. We employ people. We pay our taxes. But now you're trying to tie our hands by saying we can't rent that out and make money to keep everything going. I don't understand it, but what I'd ask you guys to do is to table this, send it back to the towns, and tell the towns they have to send letters to everybody in town, because I didn't find out about this meeting until 3 days ago. They need to go back and hold a public meeting where everybody knows about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else for Town of Milan? Okay.
I do have one more question. Just real quick.
Go ahead.
Come on up to the mic so you can be heard on the recording.
I
I get that, but the record's still recording.
So, okay, so my building, so when I was describing my building as being storefront up front and single family in the back, could you apply for a zoning variance? Could you apply for some kind of a variance?
Sure, you
That'd
can
be
always
variance
apply
of
for a
use, I'm
variance.
afraid. Variance of use, not variance from development standards. And I said in the earlier, with the applicant in front of the BZA, area plan commissions cannot grant a variance of use.
Use, correct.
We can only grant variances from development standards. I think the reason behind that is because towns participate under our area planning law. If we could grant variance of uses, we could essentially take away some of the town's authority in those situations.
Yeah, so like I said, my unit in the back, I would have a complete empty first floor, and I would go from 3 units to a singular unit, and there's no way for me to rectify that. In a building that was originally a house.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. What's the consensus? Does people feel comfortable enough to make a motion on this? I mean, or would you want to think it'd be best maybe to send it back to the towns, maybe do a little bit of,
You want to hear what's good?
We got to hear Osgood and Versailles.
yeah,
Let's finish one and go to the next one.
yeah, okay.
I'm willing to make a motion. I'm gonna make a motion to send this with an unfavorable recommendation
Okay.
to the town of Milan, because I still do not think 60 days is enough time for anybody to get a renter out and a new renter in if they tore anything up. I tried to get a restroom consultation with the contractor, and they're 5 and 6 months out just to talk to somebody. So my motion is to send it to the town of Milan with an unfavorable recommendation.
Is there a second? Second. Motion been made and seconded. All those in favor, make known by raising your right hand. For all those opposed.
So it goes with no recommendation.
No, it doesn't go at all.
Doesn't go at all?
No, we have basically, action of the planning commission is not official unless it's authorized at a regular, properly called special meeting by a majority of the entire membership of the planning commission. So it's gonna sit here, and I guess we'll take a vote on it again next month.
Could we make a recommendation that it goes back to the town for some adjustments with some input?
They probably should have gathered that tonight, I would think. You can tell them that, Doug, but
I'm just,
if they didn't hear what's being said, you know,
Right.
I don't know that anything you guys say can make a difference.
yeah, we're just here to listen.
All right.
You'd be repeating or summarizing.
Absolutely. Item number 3, Town of Versailles.
We have that already.
Good evening. My name's Roxanne Meyer. I am the president of the town board, Town of Versailles Town Council. I'm just going to read a statement here. On behalf of the Versailles Town Council, I'd like to express our support for the proposed ordinance regarding residential uses in the commercial and mixed-use buildings within our business district overlay. Over the past 5 to 10 years, Versailles has made tremendous progress in revitalizing our downtown and business districts. Through the efforts of the local entrepreneurs, property owners, Main Street Versailles, the town, and many community partners, we've welcomed new small businesses, restored historic buildings, increased tourism, and created a more vibrant community. We're proud of the momentum we've built, and we believe it's important to protect that progress while ensuring there is room for future growth. Commercial and mixed-use buildings located within the business districts are among our community's most valuable economic assets. As opportunities arise, we want these spaces to remain available for businesses that generate jobs, attract visitors, and strengthen our local economy. Commercial storefronts are a limited resource. Once they become long-term residential units, they're often no longer available to future businesses. Every storefront that is lost is one less opportunity for the entrepreneur to invest in our community, create jobs, serve residents, and attract visitors. Unlike many communities, Versailles does not have a large industrial tax base. Our local businesses play a crucial role in supporting the town's economic health. They provide employment, generate investment, increase property values, and create destinations that benefit both residents and visitors alike. This is especially important as we continue partnering with Versailles State Park to establish Versailles as a destination for outdoor recreation. With over 330,000 annual visitors to the park, we have an incredible opportunity to support restaurants, retail shops, lodging, outfitters, and other businesses that enhance the visitor experience and encourage people to spend more time and more dollars in our community. We recognize that this ordinance represents a change for a limited number of property owners, and we understand there will be some growing pains. The town is committed to working with affected owners through this transition. In response to feedback, revisions have already been made to provide additional flexibility, including extending the 60-day vacancy period by allowing an additional 60-day extension when extenuating circumstances exist. We also want to be very clear about what this ordinance does and does not do. This ordinance only affects commercial and mixed-use buildings in local business, general business, and roadside business districts. It does not apply to single-family residences in those or any other zoning districts. If you currently own or live in a first-floor residence within one of these commercial or mixed-use buildings, this ordinance is not asking you to move. Existing residential units can remain, existing residential uses can remain. The intent is simply that over time, as properties naturally change ownership or become vacant, those first floor spaces can transition back to the commercial uses they were intended to serve. This is about preserving future opportunities, not displacing current residents. We also recognize that housing is an important issue. In fact, Versailles recently completed a comprehensive plan, the first in our community's history. That planning process identified housing as one of our highest priorities. Today, our community's housing stock is nearly evenly split between rental and owner-occupied housing. When healthy communities generally strive for 60 to 70% owner-occupied housing. Rather than relying on first-floor commercial storefronts to meet housing needs, we are actively pursuing new housing opportunities. We are working with landowners and property owners around town to encourage residential development, and we are investing a significant effort into upgrading our water and wastewater infrastructure to support future housing growth. We believe the solution to our housing needs is to create more housing, not to gradually eliminate the commercial spaces that are essential to our local economy. At its core, this ordinance is about protecting the investments our community has already made and ensuring that future generations have the same opportunities to start businesses, create jobs, and build a vibrant community. It's about preserving the character and purpose of our business districts while respecting existing property owners and planning thoughtfully for their future. Land use decisions aren't just about today's needs. They are about shaping the community we want in 20, 30, even 50 years from now. The Town Council believes this ordinance is a long-term investment in the future of Versailles. We believe this ordinance strikes a balance between the current state of Versailles and the desired future we have for our community, and we respectfully ask for your support. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, I'm going to read a letter from Sue French, and
Can I ask, so.
yeah, go ahead.
In your paragraph where you talk about over time as properties naturally change ownership, so you're on the same boat that if I pass away and it gets transferred to my son, that's your intention here?
The intention would be that that property, once it is sold, that property, first floor residential would be non-conforming at that point, and therefore, yes, it would go back to retail, or it would go back to...
Just the first floor?
Just the first floor. And my question would be to you folks, you guys, actually to everybody, how would we ever reclaim those original business storefronts otherwise?
Everyone's got a price.
Okay?
Mine's gonna be for sale real soon.
You want to transfer the wealth?
you.
You want to take wealth from my...
Hey, guys, keep it down.
Yeah.
Can I speak? My name, can I go? My name's Jim Bustede. Earlier, when you guys are saying you have to have this meeting, I don't want to spread rumors. If you guys table this, the town can still go ahead and vote it in. Is that not so?
Procedurally, how does
Yeah,
that
I mean, if you
go?
guys table it, they can still go ahead and sign it in, the town boards.
I mean, they would have to have a public meeting at their time of vote, I would say, whenever.
Yeah, a public meeting, like a little teeny ad in the paper that nobody sees.
Well,
And to go back-
they do have to.
I know,
There has to be.
but to go back to our forefathers from when he was talking, our forefathers didn't make our code like Lawrenceburg and Madison because we didn't want to be river rats. They have a whole different attitude than what we have. You know, so, and to go back, all right, I don't know if the town's in the real estate business. They had the Shell station. I wanted to buy it, but the bank wasn't willing to come down enough on the price, so the town gets a grant. They want all this new business, and they turn around and bulldoze it down. And it was a great business. It took away all the property tax, sales tax from the business. How is that going? And when we have an industrial park, it's been built 20 years, there's not the first building in it. There's nothing. They wanted to revitalize the square. I used to own property on the square, and I bulldozed the building down. They've lost money, and they just don't know it yet. But they're using grant money and everything else, not their own real money. That's where you put the money where the buck stands. But if they can go ahead and vote it in, how is that not socialism? We all get to raise our hand, make us feel like we feel good, and then they can do whatever they want.
Well, they're elected, you elected them.
Well, but see that, what law do I need to pass in the state so that when we elect them as an official, yes, they can decide what flowers to push, but not have something that's going to affect everybody's taxes? And same with the school board. We're building school, and I know everybody says that we elected them, but I elected them to say we need a new ARC unit or something, not to go and spend our money. Do you realize Florida, on property taxes, only 20% go for the schools? Here, 80% of our property taxes go to the schools. They're both elected officials, but what level do I need to do at the state to take their power away from them? We still want to elect them to do what they do, but they've overgrown their reach. And how much is this all costing? I know there was probably 3,000 letters sent out, or 300, that's $10 fees, $3,000. I know at the fire territory unit, what exactly how much it costs.
So, I'm, keep it to this.
It's hard not to,
All right.
you know, since-
Was-
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What part is relevant to what we're discussing today?
It's a zoning thing, it's changing the zoning, they changed the zoning also.
So we're talking about Florida, we're talking about
Yeah.
Shell Station. We're generally trying to understand your input here, but
Well,
I understand you're on a roll here, but you
No,
need
no,
to
it's
stay
not a
kind of
rule,
in the...
it's just the business, we're trying to promote business. We don't need to dictate on what property we already have when the town has a bunch of business property that they can open it up. But for 20 years, nobody's wanted to do anything in this.
I believe that's what the economic development, that's not the town's.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, and I mean, and you need to go talk to them, I agree, it's sat there 20
Okay,
years,
I've
if
just-
something needs to be done, go, I
encourage you to go talk to them.
Okay, well, you see my concern. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Anybody else?
I have Steve French's letter as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to read it, I'm going to read
No,
it.
I'd like for you to read, I just have a couple things, but I can say them now, or you
You can say them first, but I'm going to read her letter here. Yeah.
can. I'm Sandy Pickett, and I've sold real estate here for over 20 years with Weisberger Real Estate. I've helped bring in Taco Bell, sell the drive-in. I don't need to talk about that, but I just have a lot of experience. It's very difficult to bring business into for sales. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of time. The larger businesses, Walgreens, Yum Brand, different places that I've talked to, trying to bring these locations in, and there are 12 vacant commercial buildings now vacant for sales that have been sitting empty. This map, which I didn't get in my packet, my mailer, I didn't get a map overlay, so, and everyone I talked to didn't get a map, so I feel like it was misrepresented because no one knew how large of a, this went down 421. The scope of buildings they're trying to propose for commercial use is unreasonable. It's not going to work. That's my opinion. And this is coming from someone who sat on the phone trying to talk people in to come in here. The demographics and the population have always been an issue. The other thing that's popping into my head is second-story units in older buildings have to be ADA compliant. It'll cost $100,000 to redo that unit. They will sit empty. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sandy.
You're standing there for a while. Well, you're old.
Yeah, I'm going to be 80 till July now. First of all, I really would like to say, I've been here for 30 years. My name's Rodney Sellers, and my wife and I have owned an apartment building here with 5 units on it, right on the square here. I mean, we're part of the what you're doing. I'm the one in for sales in downtown here, and we wouldn't have that building if it wasn't for renters. That building has had, in the 30 years I've had it, I've got $50-some thousand in roofs. I've rebuilt the whole front of the building, tuck pointed here, I'm working on it, it's a work in progress. But the thing of it is, it wouldn't happen without renters. You know, the square was shut down years ago. It had a little business going there, and with the kids coming in, and then they put the guy on the bicycle, and that was the end of that. The cop on the bicycle when the kids left, and so what we're talking about here is preserving the town and growing the town. All right. One thing you have going on here is if I've got an apartment, I have 3 apartments on the bottom and 2 on the top. So if I decide to rent my front apartment, which I'd love to do commercial, anybody that's ever rented anything here would rather rent commercial than retail or than residential. All right. Well, I finally, after 30 years, I got a renter in my building over here. Okay. Now, if I've got I got 3 more apartments on that first floor. So if you want to rent it to sell bananas, okay, man, that's good. Well, he goes out of business in a year. Most businesses fail. Now what am I going to do with it? I can't go back to it. I can't put it back the way it was. I mean, I rented it to him. I left my kitchen in there. I left everything. Let's see how it works. See if it works. Well, it doesn't work. It's too late. This is wrong. This shouldn't happen. The industrial park has been here. We've all been seeing these small towns all across the United States struggle. Versailles is a wonderful town, but it doesn't have the population or anything to support, like, when you start talking about comparing it to Madison, what's going on in Madison, what's going on in other places. I mean, that's apples and oranges. I mean, and what's going on in Versailles is not going on in Osgood, or then vice versa. So all this should be, my wife's got something to say.
Well, I just wanted to comment as one of the people that have cleaned those buildings and repaired those buildings and stuff for 30 years, that I agree with you. It's more like 6 months. In 60 days, by the time you clean everything, paint everything, repair everything, and then you have to find a good qualified tenant. And if you can do that in 30 days, good luck. I'm happy with it. But I'll tell you what, I've left that place set empty for 2 or 3 months waiting for a good qualified tenant.
Yeah, I mean,
And I shouldn't be forced to rent to the first person that comes along in order to make 60 days.
Right.
Or go beg for forgiveness and say, can you give me another 60 days to find somebody decent to rent my building? Okay, sorry.
Man, what's your name for the record?
That's Michelle, that's Michelle Summers. That's my wife.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
My name, I would talk, my wife always says, don't talk in that gruff voice. I've talked in that gruff voice all my life, my brother did too. My wife has warned me all the time, don't look so mean, and I look across the room, so I'm not mean, I'm not aggressive, I'm not anything. Nothing. Don't run over everything. I'm the most docile person in the world as far as threatening people, anything. So my name is Tony Gutman, Auntie Gutman.
My name is Mary Gutman.
We own the property down at the industrial, I hope it's the industrial park. Is it the industrial park? Anyhow, we have a notice here that if I talk too loud, it's for the audience. If it's a gruff voice, it's pleasant, hopefully it's pleasant to you, because it's meant to be. We own the business down there. We bought it about 22 years ago. And we moved in. We came to Versailles. Oh, let me put my hands behind my back and pray rest here. We came to Versailles and we asked for help. Do you know what we got? They almost laughed at us. Said, you put a oh, here I go, my voice. I got to slow down. They said, you've already put a shovel in the ground. Good luck. That's what they said. 22 years ago, machine shop, coming to Versailles, doing military industrial stuff, limited boxes. Nobody's ever come to our place. People drive by, take pictures. Mary?
Let me speak for a moment.
Anyhow, Mary and Sandy come by, and we talked to Mary Beth first. She brought Sandy by, and she walked in the building, and she seen beautiful, brand-new Haas machines and everything. And she walked in there, and to dramatize, her mouth dropped, her knees and her eyes bugged up, said, my God, I didn't know anything like this existed in Versailles. Because nobody stops by. They drive by and take a picture or whatever, and then they go back and they send an enforcement officer, or Joe, the most best person you could have. They send him on a detail like that. And he drops by and he says, about in April, he said, make some progress. Me and Mary have worked since the pandemic. We lost my brother and lost another girl. And we have worked in that shop I worked 16, 18 hours a day, all that time. Christmas and Easter, to make these parts and catch up. Can we find anybody that can do this work for the military? There's nobody out there, nobody trained. They come in and work. They come in and work, and they throw cigarette butts in the driveway, which is already messed up. And then they come in and work on their phone.
I don't know what he's...
It's depressing to be in a town like this, and nobody shows up. We get sued, and we lived that apartment, and we heard 10, 15 years ago, that we were not, just a rumor, you're not allowed to live there. Everything can be fixed. What we do, we work 16, 18 hours a day, so we're there all the time anyhow. And so we went and bought a 40-foot bounder, so we could park down to Brian's campground, have a mailing address off property. So there's a way to fix everything, but it costs money. But all we needed, we're getting ready to, we don't have no more work, we're retired. We still live, we live in this property, and it's depressing. Sandy and Marybeth want this community to grow. And another thing, Gary Norman, I don't know why he quit, there might have been a legitimate reason, Gary Norman Jr., he was for Ripley County. And he got all the industrials together, and they had meetings every month. He went to northern Kentucky, he went to Cincinnati, he went to every place around all the communities to try to get business to come to this area. And he couldn't get anybody to come to this area. You know why? Because it's much easier to go to Kentucky. Not Ohio, not Indiana, Kentucky. It's much easier. That's the reason why people don't come here, because there's no personal people that drop by. If these people would have dropped by before they done this suit, they would have found out that we was retired. We had no more work on the books. They knew, and Joe told us in April that if we made progress, we think that it's good. We had fixed up the front part of the driveway as much as we could, and then he said they're worried about the bounder. So Mayor and I went out and we tore the bounder down, put it in the dumpster, left some of it out there, and we just finished putting that in the bounder to get rid of it. And if we would have had a person stop by from the town council, they'd have found out personally. Nobody's going to threaten you. Nobody's going to hurt you. If they do, they're going to go to prison. Why are you scared, or why don't you want to be personally connected? Am I talking too bad?
Let me talk for a minute.
Oh, God, it's your talk. Because I get.
Go ahead,
I
Mary.
don't get riled up. I get.
Just be quiet, let me talk for a moment. Okay. We bought the property and we moved out here in 2004. And excuse me, he'll be 81 in November. He's had one heart attack, he's got a stent in his heart. I'm 79, I've had 2 strokes that I know of. The first stroke left me with a speech impediment. Second stroke left me with a balance issue. So if I stagger around, I'm not drunk, I'm just, anyway. For most of the 22 years we've been there, and for sales, no one ever sales knows we're there. They don't even know what the hell we do out there. We used to have a sign, but the wind blew it down. We never put it up because nobody cared. But
How about we support the police?
But anyway, most of that time we've been out there, we've kept the property mowed and everything. When 2021, when the COVID thing came along, we couldn't get people to help. Okay, in 2021, everything was shut down. India was shut down. So the work that was supposed to go to India came to us. So we had all of our work, we had all of India's work. He was working 20 hours a day, I'm working 16, 18 hours a day. His brother worked for us. He died in 2021 of cancer. My niece worked for us, but she left to go work with her husband. They just got married. She went to Batesville, work for him. So that left 2 people running all of this work, and we bought new machines. In 2022, we bought 2 brand-new Haas CNC mills. And we had to take stuff out of the building to get the new machines in there. So there's stuff sitting outside. I know it's out there. I don't like it, but I can't fix it. We moved stuff outside so that we could get the new machines and work inside. We've been working our asses off in that place for all these years, and I agree that the yard is a mess. The grass was tall, and we've...
When I moved it yesterday, that's all I had to borrow.
We got...
My son, mine's been broke down for 2 or 3 weeks.
I love to weed eat. That's my joy in life. I love to weed eat. I know I'm weird, but I love to weed eat. But he wouldn't let me weed eat because I've already had 2 strokes. And he said I can't do the chains. So we bought a brand new 40-volt Ryobi weed eater. I've been working 10 hours a day for the last 2-3 days after getting weeds. It looks good now, Doug. You should come look at it. But anyway, no one from Versailles, when all this started, why didn't somebody from Seals come and say,
They don't know what
why,
it is. They don't
do you
care.
have a problem? Why is all the grass growing? Did anybody ever ask
This isn't
them?
about-
They need to talk to us.
No.
Yeah.
So they just sue us.
Yeah, talk to us, don't.
Just, I can talk to them too. I talk loud enough, you can. I'm just, I'm old and I'm tired and I really don't
When the
give a
pandemic
shit.
started, we bought a Samsung, about $7,000 or $8,000. We had 2 people working in David and Hermes, and that works out some. So that machine got utilized some. We sold that $80,000 machine a month or 2 ago for $15,000. We bought the 2 VF2 2022 with the accessories, about $85,000 a piece probably. Close to, we'll say 90, go ahead, 90. When we sold them the other day, we sold them for a little over $40,000 a piece. We lost $100,000 because I could set up the machines and all machines.
I got a question for you. So I'm trying to put this all together.
Yeah.
You're very, very good speaker, but you're all over the place, so.
I know. That's what my wife said. You see, my wife said, he
I follow you around like.
my wife says, he knows.
So you're saying that the town is suing you?
Yeah, they're.
Okay. What we're here to hear about is the ordinance.
We're in the industrial park.
They're in
We're living in an apartment.
We're in the
You're
industrial.
living in the apartment?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're living in the 1st floor apartment in that industrial building. I don't know if this applies to us or not, but we've been there for 22 years.
The main thing that you want to
Let me interrupt
process
you for a
is
minute.
there's no.
Tony?
Your machine shop along 421, that's what you're referring to, right? You have an apartment there. That's actually zoned I-1.
What's I-1
Thank you,
mean?
thank you.
According to-
Because we're allowed to.
What does I-1 mean?
Enclosed industrial.
Enclosed industrial.
So we're not supposed to have anything outside?
Well, that's surely going to deteriorate with the crazy. That's surely going to make the property.
Is that in the
worth
corridor?
less.
I mean, is that in the overlay?
It's in the overlay, but it's not an LB or a GB.
Now our property value just went down more, so now I'm gonna have to start 3 or 4 more business, one a bicycle, and for kids in the local. If we had somebody stop by, found out we were retired, and we was full-time for cleanup, kids, we were talking to Mary Beth and Sandy before. We want to sell it, we want to get out of here, we want to get away. Because we don't want to get in politics, but if you clone Sandy and Mary Beth, you come and get 5 of them, they'll bring right with people, they'll bring businesses in. Right now, there's no connection to town board except delivering a letter or a suit. It's depressing for not being connected to the community.
Okay, all right.
And about the Shell station out there, the guy was talking about the Shell station that don't contain anything, with the grassland. I'll just mention one thing, look at Dillsboro. Every time there's a thing goes down, this grass, ask me how many businesses they got left. They got a restaurant, a grocery store, and that's about it. Another machine shop. There's nothing left because of these ordinances, like the industrial eye, where no production is allowed to be set outside. It's depressing to live in an organization. In 1965, I had a draft card, and I had a ability to burn it, to go to Canada, to Australia.
Folks, we can't hear. Yeah, we can't hear up here.
I enlisted.
Okay. All right.
It's not your problem anyway, it's the towns and the cities, you want this to look spectacular, I believe that. It's not gonna happen.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Come on up, sir. State your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Steve Matheson. A lot of valid points tonight. I'm not here to contest any of those. Just a quick comment, quick concern. So concern is that you can find a lot of small towns, and I've had rental property as well in the past. I'm not an anti-renter, I'm not any of that. But you have seen small towns where it's been done wrong, and those small towns suffer as a result of that. That's not, again, not anything against people who rent property. I've done that in the past myself. My comment is just something to think about. You look at, like, say, the Tanglewood, and if the Tanglewood had gotten bought and it'd been, you probably could have got, I don't know, 20 efficiency apartments. It's a big building, right? I don't know exactly how many. Probably 20 to 40 cars involved with that, depending if they had spouses or whatever.
Right.
What would have the most positive impact as far as on the town? What would the impact been on the restaurant that's there now? What would the restaurant, or the impact been on the bookstore that's there, or the antique shop that's there? It's just, like I said, it's just a comment when you're kind of struggling, because it's a big issue. I don't want to see people get thrown out on the street or anything like that either, but it's just something to think about. So again, just a comment. So,
Okay.
all right. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Come on up.
My name's Nick Blackburn, the owner of the White Rabbit Lounge, multi-purpose building here on the town square. To me, this is actually pretty simple. I think we're putting the cart before the horse a bit. I would actually probably be in favor of this, as some of the things that Roxanne was talking about were already in effect. But I think doing this first will create more issues than it won't. I think the challenge facing our downtown isn't that we don't have enough commercial space. I think the demand for that space and opening the next business isn't there, and we can't legislate demand. Demand comes from population growth, tourism, local spending, successful existing businesses, and community that people want to be a part of. When demand grows, entrepreneurs naturally look for places to open businesses. Empty storefronts become opportunities instead of liabilities. But if we create more requirements before we create more demand, we risk making investment more difficult, not easier. I'd rather ask, how can we make someone excited to invest in Ripley County? How do we attract more visitors? How do we support the businesses already here so they can grow? How do we encourage young entrepreneurs to take a chance on our downtown? How do we make it easier to renovate old buildings instead of more expensive? Those are the questions that create thriving downtowns. If we build demand, the market will create the businesses. If we focus first on regulating the supply of commercial space, we may end up with exactly what none of us want: more empty storefronts waiting for businesses that aren't ready to open yet. I believe our priority should be creating the conditions for growth. Once the demand exists, the investments will follow. Thank you.
Sir, what was your name again?
Nick Blackburn.
Blackburn.
So like Nick's business with the White Rabbit Lounge being down in like the basement area, that's his storefront business, but yet the front door is on the road.
No,
So-
it's to his apartment.
I've got two storefront businesses.
There's two
I've got the
storefront.
salon that I
Okay,
rent out.
but I'm saying, I guess,
But I've also
for
got-
clarification, who would be in charge of judging whether the basement is, like, who would judge whether he could rent out that first floor? Would that go back to the town?
Be the town. And I mean, the other question is, what's an extenuating circumstance to get the extra 60 days? I don't think anybody's provided an example of that. Because that's going to end up being discretionary with each town, you know.
Well, I think that's, and if your town manager is the one that's in charge of policing it, I feel like that gives a lot of personal interest on one person to be able to watch one residence or, I'd like to see written notification or something as to, this is when your 60 days.
I have a comment on the mixed-use space.
Come on up.
Anytime you remodel a mixed-use space.
Sir,
Sir, you got to
to be,
come up.
Sorry.
to be heard on the recording, you got to be closer to the microphone.
I don't try to keep interjecting here.
But anytime you have a mixed-use space in the state of Indiana, you have to go through Department of Homeland to pull the building permit. Basically, Ripley County can't do the plan review. has to go to the state, have to go through all the state stuff, and then gets back to the county. So everything is out of Ripley County's hands at that point on what has to be done to that building. It's all dictated by the state.
Thank you.
So your cost just went through the roof. Because you're going to have ADA bathrooms, like I said, you're probably going to have sprinkled, ADA entrances, blah, 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 and it just keeps on going. So,
All right, thanks.
You need to read Sue's letter.
Yeah, we'll read Sue French's letter into the minutes. Dear Planning Commission members, thank you for taking the time to consider my concerns regarding the proposed first floor residential use ordinance. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend the meeting because of family vacation that was planned several months ago. My husband Jeff and I own Green Church property at 208-214 North Main Street in downtown Versailles. Like many property owners, we purchased, renovated, and financed this property with the expectation that we would generate enough income to cover its expenses. The former parsonage has always been easy to rent because there is a strong demand for housing. The church portion, however, sat vacant for 8 months despite our efforts to market it as a commercial space. During this time, we still had to pay the mortgage, taxes, insurance, and maintenance costs with no rental income. We eventually found a commercial tenant, but only by reducing the rent below our monthly expenses. The tenant also moved from another location in town, which simply shifted the vacancy elsewhere. No new business was created and no additional economic activity resulted. The experience illustrates my primary concern with the proposed ordinance. It assumes that prohibiting first floor residential use will create more business downtown. However, there has been no evidence presented that restricting residential use will increase demand for commercial space. Zoning can regulate land use, but it cannot create customers, entrepreneurs, and/or business demand. The real question is, are downtown buildings vacant because the property owners refuse to rent them or because there are not enough businesses looking for space? In my experience, the challenge is a lack of commercial demand, not a lack of available buildings. There are currently several vacant buildings in the town at this time. When commercial demand is weak, flexibility becomes even more important. Allowing property owners to adapt buildings for either residential or commercial use helps keep properties occupied, maintained, and productive. An occupied building contributes more to downtown than an empty one. Residents support local businesses, increase activity on downtown streets, maintain properties, and help create a safer and more vibrant environment. Vacant storefronts do not accomplish these goals. Versailles has already seen an example of how flexibility works. The former Ferguson grocery store building was converted to residential use when commercial demand was low. The building remained occupied and maintained until market conditions improved. Today is home to a bookstore. Flexibility allowed the property to survive until a commercial opportunity became viable. The proposed ordinance may also create unintended financial consequences. Requiring commercial use can increase financing costs by forcing property owners into commercial lending structures that often involve higher interest rates, larger down payments, shorter repayment periods, and stricter qualification standards. At a time when communities are seeking investment and redevelopment, we should avoid regulations that make investing more difficult. I understand that HWC has recommended this ordinance, but planning recommendations must be evaluated against current market realities, not simply because they have been used elsewhere. What may work in one community may not work in another. I am concerned that this ordinance is based on an outdated idea that restricting residential use will somehow create more business. Zoning can regulate land use, but it cannot create business demand. If businesses are not looking for space, forcing buildings to remain commercial will not solve the problem and may simply leave more buildings vacant. I believe flexibility is a better approach for today's market conditions. I am also concerned that this proposal moves in the opposite direction of the current state of Indiana's efforts to expand housing opportunities and encourage investments. Indiana has recognized the need for more housing choices and fewer unnecessary barriers to redevelopment. Restricting first-floor residential use limits options for both property owners and future residents. Most importantly, this proposal places the burden on the market entirely on the property owners. If the commercial market is strong, the restriction is unnecessary because businesses will naturally occupy available space. If the commercial market is weak, the restrictions can only make vacancies last longer and make redevelopment more difficult. Rather than imposing permanent restrictions, I encourage the commission to consider alternatives that preserve downtown character while maintaining flexibility, such as requiring a property to be marked commercially before residential conversion, storefront design standards, off-street parking requirements for residential units, incentives for commercial occupancy, including facade grants, signage grants, rent assistance, or permit incentives. These approaches encourage investment without removing reasonable property rights. There's several more. I read the whole thing. I mean, that's pretty much the gist of it, I would say.
Any for sales?
Anybody else from Versailles, come on up.
So my name's Andy Kemmer, and I do have one question. So we have a business here in town, which is right in between some houses. So if we would decide that one day, whenever we want to retire, that kind of thing, we want to sell it. It's a personal, it's a one building by itself. I think that's kind of hard to sell it as a business because it's a hair salon. So can you get another hair salon? There's already, more than enough here in town anyways. But so then what do? That makes it awful tough to just let it sit there because unless somebody's going to come in and cut hair, then you don't, unless they remodel it for some other type of small business.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's, I guess, our concern.
Okay.
Thoughts on that?
I understand what your concern is, but the way it's proposed, that is what this is addressing, so is it just a business, is that all it is, or was it
It is just a
It's
business.
But
was it built as a single-family home? It was built as business. But like I said, those are the things you got to consider in the middle of this, because it's not pretty much cut and dry, because out here it makes a little more sense, but we're talking about it starting your way to town. So, thank you.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you. Anybody else? Town of Versailles. Okay, we'll close the public comment portion for Town of Versailles. Any other questions from the board? Anybody like to make a motion on this? Favorable, non-favorable, or no recommendation?
I'll make a motion to send to the town of Versailles with an unfavorable recommendation.
Motion been made that we send it to Versailles with an unfavorable. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion been made and seconded with an unfavorable to the town of Versailles. Dave Osborne was the second. All those in favor, make known by raising your right hand. All those opposed, like sign. 4 on the
3 for an unfavorable and 4 against. That's not a majority either.
Was there 4?
4 against.
There were
3
4
for.
against the unfavorable.
4 against the unfavorable.
3.
No, there were
4
3.
unfavorable.
Could I make a motion for no recommendation at all?
Well, you don't have, you don't.
Yeah, but we can't hear anything here. You guys need to work on this
Yeah.
You just turned it up so it could be a light.
Okay. Well, I'd like to make a motion that we just send it to him with no recommendation at all.
Second, I guess.
Well, if we don't do anything, what do we do for a month?
Exactly, yeah.
I always thought if you did not have a negative or a positive recommendation.
It was no
Go to the
recommendation.
town with no recommendation.
Well, when I
thought
read the
that was
bylaws, I kind of disagree. It has to be certified with something.
Okay.
And the statute indicates that it shall be certified to each participating legislative body by the planning commission.
Well, I'll second your.
Okay, motion been made that we move it to them with no recommendation. I've made the motion for no recommendation. Davis seconded. Anybody in favor, make known by raising your right hand for no recommendation.
We're still not in.
Sure.
Yeah.
I would make a motion that we send it to Town of Versailles with a favorable recommendation.
So you're gonna sit here?
For procedural reasons, I don't feel like it's our decision whether, well, I mean, it is our decision whether to do it, but it's their town, they're the elected officials, they're the ones that need to make that decision.
I think. It's gonna be a ghost town.
But that's not our, that we're not the elected officials that are, bestowed that responsibility, and
To do that. I mean, why?
That's what we're
I think we're trying to guide
Because the next option for the public is to go to the town board and be heard, the
Yeah.
ones that are actually gonna vote for this, yes or no.
So I guess I feel like
The town board is already on board for it.
The maps weren't included in the notifications, that's a strike. Oh, no one was given maps.
Nobody even knows.
The maps were here for you to review.
They weren't attached, it said attached and you couldn't find the map. No one that I talked to saw the map. The map is vast, it's destructive, it's a bad decision.
But again, I don't disagree with your ultimate point here. I just think on a procedural basis,
Why are they bringing it here?
this is to have the public conversation. And we were the ones that kind of shaped it,
Right.
that shaped the
We have a motion
conversation.
on the table right now, so,
Sorry.
public comment on Versailles is closed. So, are we,
If you guys send this back with no recommendation to the town, then what happens? What's next?
then they're ultimately the one who's gonna make the decision.
So the town council makes a decision about zoning in.
Yes, on this particular one.
But the way I'm reading the statute is that a proposed zoning ordinance shall be certified to each participating legislative body by the planning commission. If it's to amend or partially repeal the text, not the zone maps, it may be certified with a favorable recommendation, an unfavorable recommendation, or no recommendation from the commission. If the proposal is to change zone maps, because this is almost a hybrid, where
Right, yeah.
it's kind of changing the use in the maps. Not quite though, same thing. It may be certified with a favorable recommendation, an unfavorable, or no recommendation. The problem is our bylaws require us to take action only by a majority vote. So because we shall send it with a recommendation, we're not going to get anywhere if you don't have a majority vote.
Right.
And that's not a reason to vote one way or the other, that's just vote your conscience based on what you've heard, and the facts.
Is there anything in your bylaws that deal with time limit or, because I thought that sometimes that it has to be done within a certain period of time where it's deemed approved or,
I agree with you. I think the plan commission does not send at a public meeting something back to the towns or the commissioners in a certain length of time, then the commissioners can act on that without our recommendation.
I thought, but
I agree with you, it's somewhere in statute.
Yeah. Since they're ultimately the one that's gonna make the decision on this, there's no sense that we should.
make them all like Dillsboro.
So,
We're at an impasse on this until we find out.
Well, we're required to conduct a hearing within 60 days of the submission, petition for a zone map change. Once the public hearing on a rezoning is held, it may be continued from time to time as may be found necessary by the planning commission. Don't know about the ordinance amendment.
But are we rezoning? Is this a rezoned issue? I don't think it is.
Okay.
We still have a motion on the table.
For no reason.
For no,
Doug, and then-
I made a motion for a favor.
favorable.
But my question is, if this comes back to the towns, then they would work with residents that would come in, they would have, because that's where the give and take's going to have to come from, is from the towns, not from us.
So I don't know what each individual town's regulation is on ordinances. Do you guys have 2 readings, or is it typically 2 readings? So that would be before the town pursuant to whatever their rules are for their 2 readings. And so there would be public participation at that point in time. And I believe the statute is clear that if they were to make a amendment at that point in time, that it actually comes back to y'all.
Okay, but my reason I did the favorable is because that was my impression, that it would go back to them with the hopes that they could sit down with their citizens and work this out. I don't think this is we're hearing both sides of everything.
But we've seen it time and time again, sitting on this board, where some people in town get hit harder than other people. Not necessarily in sales, or, I'm not saying in any one town, I'm just saying that some people, if you take off the wrong person, then it gives your town board too much leeway. It's not black and white.
So what I'm Rodney Sellers. So what I'm understanding is that I've got 5 apartment units that I can't give to my children because then they can't do nothing with them. I've got some people where I can rent space on the square right now. Right now, I got the bookstore, I can rent my apartment right next door to it. But I'm not going to do it for a business.
Right.
But I'm not going to do that because you're going to take it away from me if they fail. And nobody comes to Versailles, Indiana, looking to build this is. I think you guys are wrong.
And if I sell this building, I have to disclose that.
Yeah, and if I go to sell my building, I got to say, hey, you can't use it the way you want to.
Okay.
Well,
Well, let me get back to answering the other question. that you
Okay,
guys
John.
had. Indiana Code 36-74607, Area Plan Commission, or Metro. It applies to a proposal described in 602B of this chapter to amend or partially repeal the text, not the zone maps of the zone ordinance. On receiving the initiating proposal, the commission shall within 60 days hold a public hearing in accordance with section 604 of this chapter. The commission shall vote on the proposal not later than 60 days after the commission holds the public hearing. Within 10 business days after the commission determines its recommendation, if any, the commission shall certify the proposal under section 605 of this chapter. Legislative body shall vote on the proposals within 90 days after the plan commission certifies the proposal.
So, yeah, I think even if you came to a stalemate,
I think we can send it to the towns with a vote. But we did that several years ago.
or if you come to, if you have a stalemate or you make no recommendation, I think it automatically goes to the towns.
Yeah.
I think the
I
town
think
gets
the
it
towns
after
can.
that.
Yeah, with no
Within 60
recommendation.
days, after 60 days from today. So that gives you, I mean, and frankly, that's logical because it allows for tabling, it allows for.
Right.
or if we can't get a quorum.
Yeah.
That too.
It's hard in the summer sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it goes on to say area. The subsection applies if the proposal receives either an unfavorable recommendation or no recommendation from the planning commission. At the first regular meeting of the legislative body, after the proposal is certified under section 605 of this chapter, or at any subsequent meeting within the 90-day period, the legislative body may adopt, reject, or amend the proposal. The legislative body shall give notice under 514.1.5 of its intention to consider the proposal at that meeting. Now, that's probably just going to require a 10-day publication in the newspaper in advance. If the legislative body adopts as certified the proposal, it takes effect as other ordinances of the legislative body. If the legislative body rejects the proposal or fails to act on it within 90 days after the certification, it is defeated. If the legislative body amends the proposal, it shall be returned to the Plan Commission for consideration with a written statement of the reasons for the amendment. The commission has 45 days in which to consider the amendment and report to the legislative body as follows. If the commission approves the amendment or fails to act within the 45-day period, the ordinance stands as passed by the legislative body as of the date of filing the commission's report of approval with the legislative body or the end of the 45-day period. If the commission disapproves the amendment, the action of the legislative body on the original amendment stands only if confirmed by another vote of the legislative body within 45 days, legislative bodies of the town, after the commission certifies its disapproval. If the legislative body fails to confirm its action under this clause, the ordinance is defeated. So this is only if you do an unfavorable or no recommendation that these options happen.
Well, what it means, what we did before, because we could not come to an agreement as a plan commission, it went back to the commissioners with the vote that we did, and the commissioners took it from there.
I mean, I'm not sure, I'm 100% on the interpretation of that, but I guess one option would be to certify it indicating what the vote was and what happened.
Yeah, that's what I think we do. We do it and go from there.
But I don't know if it would be different if you had all the members here or not.
Yeah,
Go ahead and start.
okay,
Osgood's-
Town of Osgood, number 4.
My motion on the table?
That's, okay, she needs to be clear on what happened for sales. There was a motion to send it with unfavorable made by Todd and seconded by Dave, and the vote was 3 in favor of that, 4 opposed to it, not reaching a majority. Then there was a second motion to send it with no recommendation. That was made by Steve and seconded by Dave.
We didn't vote on it.
And that vote was 2 in favor of sending it with no recommendation and 0 that were opposed to sending it with no recommendation. Correct?
5 abstained.
Well, no vote.
You're abstaining if you're not voting.
I think an
No, I-
abstention is considered.
I said not to send it with no recommendations.
Yeah.
I didn't want there to be a no recommendation.
I counted two hands up voting in favor of no
Of
recommendation.
no recommendation.
And 4,
Against.
I'm sorry, 5.
Against.
Yes.
5 with no vote or an abstention or 0 vote. I'd guess it'd be an abstention. But I think abstentions are kind of viewed as a negative.
Yeah.
No, mine was negative. Not the.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
All right,
Now, wait a second, there's still a motion on.
There's a motion on the floor, so do I need to,
For favorable. Was it seconded or did it lie for die?
we haven't got that far. 'cause we
Okay.
haven't talked.
motion been made for a favorable. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded for a favorable. All those in favor, make no number raising your right hand. Okay. Back to those.
3-3. Back to the 3-3, yeah.
Back where we're at.
Right back where we are.
All right.
Yeah. Exactly where we're at.
Doug, did you vote on that one?
That's a no vote.
You didn't
So
vote?
say
You
we-
didn't raise your
Come on, everybody
Why do we
vote.
do 3? We did well, I mean, we had a
I
non-favorable,
was opposed.
a favorable, and then we had a no.
We've got 3
recommendation.
on unfavorable, 3 not.
You were opposed, and
Yeah.
you were opposed. It was 4-3.
4-3, no.
4 against, 3 for.
Correct.
Read Dustin's letter.
Okay, yeah, we'll start
Okay.
Osgood with Dustin's letter. Okay, Dustin Payne, who is a member of this commission, and he's also a
All right.
resident of Osgood. Dear members of the Ripley County Area Planning Commission,
Please.
unfortunately, I'm unable to attend tonight's meeting due to my son's birthday. As the Osgood representative, on the Area Planning Commission, I wanted my thoughts on this proposed ordinance to be included in public record. With the exception of a few years after I got married, Osgood has been my home my entire life. My father, my brother, and I chose to build our business here, and together we have proudly operated in the community for many years. Today, my wife and I are raising our family here because we believe Osgood, both what it has been and what it will become. Because of that, my interest in this ordinance extends far beyond any business or property interest. I care deeply about the future of this community. I want my children to grow up in a town that continues to create opportunities for families, entrepreneurs, and future generations. The decisions we make today will help shape the Osgood they inherit tomorrow. Through our business, I have the opportunity to travel throughout Indiana and many surrounding states. One thing has become very clear to me over the years. You can often tell within a few minutes whether a community is thriving. Occupied storefronts, businesses investing in themselves, people walking from one destination to another, and an active business district all communicate that a town is healthy, confident, and moving forward. Those are the kinds of communities that people are proud to visit, proud to invest in, and proud to call home. Healthy business districts rarely happen by accident. They are built over time through thoughtful planning and the continued investment of business owners, property owners, and citizens who believe in the future of their communities. To me, the purpose of zoning is not simply to regulate what can be built today, it is also to help shape the kind of community we hope to leave to the next generation. That is why I support the overall intent of this ordinance. To me, this ordinance is about preserving the commercial character of Osgood's business districts, whether that means encouraging commercial uses on the first floor of mixed-use buildings or limiting new residential development within our general business and local business districts. The underlying principle is the same, protecting the areas of our community that are intended to support commerce, encourage investment, and create opportunity. I also want to be clear that my support for this ordinance should not be interpreted to mean I believe every property currently zoned GB or LB is perfectly zoned today. Like many communities, Osgood's zoning map has evolved over many years, and there very well may be locations where rezoning is appropriate because the existing classifications no longer affect the surrounding area. I believe those situations should continue to be considered on their own merits. However, where we have established business districts, particularly along the primary and commercial corridors of our community, I believe we should be intentional about preserving their commercial character. Those areas serve a unique purpose that cannot easily be recreated once it is lost. One aspect of this ordinance that I particularly appreciate is that its focus is on the future, not the past. I do not believe the intent is to punish property owners who have existing legal non-conforming uses. Those properties were established under different circumstances and different rules, and I believe they should be treated fairly. Rather, I believe the intent is to establish a clear direction for future development while respecting existing investments. I recognize that this ordinance will affect existing property owners, including myself. I also understand why there have been different opinions throughout this process, and I respect those perspectives. Good planning requires listening to one another, weighing competing interests, and making decisions that look well beyond today. While reasonable people may disagree on the details, I believe the overall direction of this ordinance reflects a thoughtful, long-term vision for Osgood. My hope is that years from now, people will look at Osgood as a community that planned with purpose, supported its business districts, encouraged investment, and created opportunities for future generations. I believe this ordinance is one step towards that vision, and for that reason, I support it. That being entered, and anybody from Osgood.
I got a question off of his letter. So like Andy Cameron on his business, If he went to sell and he had somebody interested in buying that as a house, they could do a rezone, right? Since both properties next to
If the
them.
town will vote
It'd be a rezone.
on a rezone, sure.
But that would go
But they
back,
may
it would
choose
just go
not
back to
to.
the town off of a favorable or non-favorable. So.
I mean, that's no guarantee.
Yeah.
Right, but there would be some.
My name's Travis Neal from Osgood, been in Osgood all my life. And I do respect you guys listening to this tonight and hearing this. I do think there's a lot of weight, because one of my biggest questions is who enforces this? Are we going to have shotgun places saying, I'm going to do this law, we're going to do this law? And it's awful funny, every time the town of Osgood gets in trouble, they always throw it back on the planning and zoning. They always throw it back on Tad's office, or Tad's not there. But I think one of the biggest misconceptions here is Mr. Jenner, when he began his speech, he kept saying this is a downtown revitalization. This is a downtown. This is a downtown. He said it at least 15 times. When in all actuality, this runs all the way through the Osgood from north to south. So they've encompassed that. I'm the guy they're taking the shots at that built the buildings. I have never had a problem with one of my Cummer buildings. I'm proud to have them. I have those buildings, we have 40 apartments in those that they want to rezone and tell me I can never sell. If you read, the way I read this, we have 40 families that if I pass over, walk out of here and pass over after this law, my kids cannot sell that. My kids will have mortgage payments. That's no difference than the land that he has when he passes and passes it on to his family, telling him they can't farm it no more. You can't raise crops on it no more. Our income is based on that. We travel up our road. I don't think there would be anybody in the town of Osgood that's invested as much money in the last 5 to 10 years as I have myself. We are believers in Osgood. I can trust you that. We believe and we want to see the best. And I think some of the things and projects are doing wonderful things. And there's aspects of this that I think are beneficial. There's aspects that some will disagree with me, but I do think there's some aspects that have some validity to them. If we travel just north of, so we have the car lot on the south side of town. We have 40 apartments there that they're wanting to change this. We recently purchased the building north of me, Buckeye Village. 35 people, 34 apartments in there that are all first floor. According to this, the way that Osgood, you can take Milan and Versailles, what they're wanting to do. They look like doing nothing compared to what Osgood wants to do. Osgood, he says they're not going to take away my rights. That's the biggest lie, and that is complete BS. Because they are changing my zoning rights that are governed by you guys. They're wanting to do one-off zones here and there in Osgood. This is completely against what Milan's doing or what Versailles is doing. This is taking it 10 steps further. So how do I, at Buckeye Village, 34 people in there. I have IHICTA from the state of Indiana that's involved. I have the Federal Loan Bank involved. I have rural development involved. Do you think if I call them up and tell them tomorrow, hey, they're wanting me to throw these 34 people out on the street. If we sell, they're wanting us closed down. You go north one more building. You got Manderley Nursing Home, full of residents. And that's what they're called. Their address is a resident. They're a resident of Manderley. I fill out their death certificates all the time. Where do they live? You put that address. If that place sells, and it sold recently, it can no longer be a nursing home. It'll have to be commercial for all the commercial businesses that are wanting to come to Osgood. And maybe I'm reading it wrong. But the way that their law is written in Osgood and wanting to do this is far vast, is much more encumbersome than what any of the others are. We bought the properties with the intention to build. We looked at zoning. We've been here. We've read the books. We've met with your county surveyors. We've met with architects, engineers. We've done all this. This is what it is. And now you're saying, well, it is that today, but if you sell it, it can't be. That's a huge devaluation on our property values, a tremendous. We have consulted with one of the lead appraisers in the area. I met with them last week. The detrimental value to our properties will be astronomical. That's what that'll be. I'd have no clue what you would do with 8 buildings with apartments in them. I don't have a clue what we would do with them. When you want to talk about Aurora and you want to talk about Madison, you've got to remember they're 30 miles from millions of millions of people. So yes, they've done it, but also what they've done is they've established tremendous grant programs. They do rent offsets. They do things to encourage businesses to come here. Osgood has never gave, not to a local person that I know of, a tax abatement. They've never said, what can we do to help you? And I agree with your comment there earlier. They don't show up to help you. They're not there going, hey, what can we do? Now, if you was from wherever, good chance you may get some help, but you're not going too local. They want to talk about community investment. We're invested, the community's invested, and I believe that. Not one time have they made my mortgage payment. They've never called up and said, hey, we want to help invest. The community wants to help you out. It doesn't happen. I make them every month. I believe from our research, my buildings that they deter and don't like, one, they've turned us into the state fire marshal multiple times. Okay? They've came down. So, we've met them. And we've never broken compliance. I believe we are the sole highest property tax property in the town of Osgood. At $40,000, our property taxes on that little complex, on my little thing there, that they don't like. I would venture to say if you took everything downtown and added it up, it won't be $40,000. So those are things that I don't think that they're thinking of. I get some aspects of this, but he hasn't told me one time that I'm wrong in what I'm reading here. 75 people. I got 75 of these. They're all owned by Travis and Toya Neal Rental Properties, LLC, with the full intention for that to go to my kids and their spouses to live on in the future. We're suffering, we're making the payments, and we're doing it now. I see the only way that this could be is they would have to take our properties through eminent domain. And that's a far more complex issue than just rezoning. And I can assure, I'm asking for you to send us with a hard, unfavorable to the town of Osgood. We will fight it tooth and nail to the end. And although the Reynolds Foundation has bailed them out and made that town a lot of things, I don't think they're going to want to cover their attorney fees. I don't think as a business guy I should be, it's like we said, we try to keep our rents cheap. We try to keep things down there. I have people that pay me with change, but by damn it, they pay every month. And we work with them. If the kids need clothes for Christmas, we're the ones that call, can you help us move the couch? Can you do this? Can you get my medicines? We're not a bad guy they want to paint us out to be. We're always a phone call away to help people. And I don't know I don't understand why they would want to change this, the general business, LB business. Am I wrong to think this would be the only place in the entire county that would be zoned this difference?
Residential, all residential is allowed in those zones throughout the county.
It would be the only one, though, like that, Dave, that...
Yeah, but your buildings were not built as a commercial building. Your buildings were built as multifamily. So correct?
Yes.
So your buildings are not affected by, if they transfer by deed, they're not commercial.
My attorney's saying that.
Property's commercial.
I agree that the property's in a commercial zone, but it says in a commercial zone. But that use already exists, and it's not a non-conforming. It's not a non-conforming use.
No, but Dave, I think the way
the way their law reads, the way this reads, and I can tell you, I am back with some pretty strong horsepower.
We are seeking to exclude multifamily housing from GB and LB. there's no explanation that if a current multifamily dwelling sells, that it can't continue to be a multifamily dwelling.
I disagree with that,
Section
Dave.
2.
I don't think that's interpreted that way.
I don't think.
There's nothing that's,
You're reading the wrong thing. Read how the ordinance is written in the red ink.
It already said a duplex was multifamily building, and that would, it would have to.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but
Look further back.
Joe, but if it's not,
He's added, they've modified what they originally submitted.
Are these properties, Joe, in this ordinance is presented, are they,
he wrote it and doesn't even know. I mean, you'll be able to answer that just like that. You should be able to answer that question when it affects multi-million dollars worth of property. You should know. And when I'm the guy they've been targeting, he should know. We shouldn't be up here. He knows. It affects me.
Here's what it says. No building, structure, or lot, or any parts there, or any part thereof, where a non-conforming use has ceased for 60 days or more, or has been sold or deed transferred, shall again be put to a non-conforming use. If a dwelling unit that is a non-conforming use is vacant or unoccupied for 60 days or more, it shall not again be put to a non-conforming use.
I think when you apply the non-conforming use to the excluding of multifamily, I think that's. It covers it or does it? No, hold on, I don't want to think, I want to know.
Yeah, I mean, we got so much ambiguity here, nobody knows what's
You're
going
third
on,
eye.
and we're getting recommendations.
You gotta say it. Don't be doing I think. No, I'm not I'm a black white. I understand you. No, what it does, the problem is if you sold yours or you did a deed transfer, the liability this would, I think,
how is an R, how is
Let him finish.
of multifamily housing apply? So it would be excluded.
but he's not a non-conforming use. His apartments down there that he built is not a non-conforming use.
Yeah, it is. It's a multifamily in a commercial business in that district. It's a multifamily in that district.
That's in the proposal that they don't allow any more multifamily.
So would they?
When you built that, multifamily dwellings were allowed in GB and LB.
Today.
Today, but not more than will be.
so,
he would
so
be
they would be
excluded.
grandfathered and they would be able to,
I don't know about grandfathering, but when they added that to this,
yeah.
I've never seen a final draft. It's like taking it and throwing a dart on the wall of what's going to stick.
That's true. This thing's been amended.
well,
I mean-
I didn't see that language until I got these copies today.
So, I mean, how can we, they've had years, they've been working on this for a year, I bet. We get 2 weeks ago, I get a registered letter. I didn't even sign for the damn thing. It's laying in my garage. Thank God my daughter walks in and goes, "What's this about?" I'm like, "Oh my God, it's a town suing me for now." That's exactly what I thought, because they've sued me before. And I'm like, what am I getting sued for? I open it up and I'm like, what's this? It says, see the map. There ain't no map. I mean, I've had 2 weeks to deal with this. And I've still yet to see a final draft. So I kindly ask you to send it with an unfavorable recommendation to the town of Osgood. It's far more severe than any of the other towns, far more severe.
But do you realize they do not have to follow any of our recommendations?
My attorney completely realizes that.
Okay. All right.
So everybody, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
No,
But I still believe, Dave, you guys have done this for a long time. And everybody wants to barter and bicker about what this county is. It's a pretty good county.
It is.
And you guys have done a good job. So people get off on these little tangents here and there. This is a huge overstepping of the bounds to completely to change the rights of my property. And yeah, that's what
Joe, you're next.
Joe, I want to ask a question before, sorry, Joe.
But these were not built as single-family dwellings, they were built as multifamily dwellings. So when Joe says, yes, it is.
But John,
Yeah.
the line of when it transfers deeds, so if he passes it on to his son, then it would be a non-conforming. It would be non-conforming, that line, how it's written, sold or deed transferred, that right there means then people would have to move out.
Arguably, yes, yes.
Because there's no caveat.
I don't know how you interpret it any other way. Let's put it this way. A court may need to make the determination, but both sides are going to argue the point that it should and shouldn't.
That's what lawyers do all the time, right?
I don't think it's an automatic summary judgment, except for maybe, yes, it goes against the landowner. I don't think it'd go the opposite way on a summary judgment, meaning judge doesn't have to look at anything except the language and make a decision on that, based on the affidavit submitted and a motion for summary judgment.
He has more leeway to.
They have more leeway to enforce it as written than the landowner has to object to it. That's my opinion.
So as presented, the Osgood portion then is that much more restrictive than?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, the
Yeah, just the.
the selling and transferring the deeds in all three of them. He's just saying that the multifamily is the more restrictive part.
Well,
Because the
bear in
rest
mind,
of the
section
language is the
4,
same.
section 4, that multifamily housing is excluded in the LB and GB district. And understand that the only protection that a person has is if your home was originally built or designed as a single-family residence. So, hell, if a duplex is being used as a business, I'm not even sure, and if it were as a home, that one may not get into it. I'm not sure that would be an issue. Disregard that. But,
Thank you.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, Joe.
Okay, yeah, I don't have to, okay. My name's Joe Majewski, and I have rentals in Osgood, and, I'm not gonna be as elegant as our lawyer here was, but you are taking away my right. I put my money on the line. Joe, you need to talk, Joe, for 30 years, Joe. Hey, Joe. So I could have a retirement, and I bought rental property.
You need to talk that
talk into the
Okay.
microphone.
Please.
Yeah, well, I wanted him to understand what I'm saying,
Well, he can
because
hear.
I am very upset.
And I understand.
It is my money. I spent, a long time, working for this country so I could have a retirement, and I bought rental property, and now he's trying to take away some of my rights by restricting what I can do with some of that property. My question is, okay, if I have something on the ground floor and it's vacant for more than 60 days, how long does it take to get permits sometimes? You can wait weeks for a permit. You can wait weeks for a contractor. I had a contractor, a very good personal friend. I had to wait 3 months for him when he promised me he was going to be there in 3 days. You can't always go on a 60-day rule. Maybe, 9 months, a year, if it looks like somebody's not trying to make progress on rehabbing, painting, or renting that. I've had people, move in the same day that people were moving out. They didn't care if the place was dirty or the toilets weren't working, and I've had other rentals sit empty for months. Now, the lady from Milan says, they're short of retail space. Maybe you can give us a list of companies or businesses that want to move into Milan. I drive through Osgood, I see a number of commercial buildings empty right now. We have a drugstore that's empty. It's been empty for a year and a half. What is the town trying to do to get another drugstore? A town needs a drugstore, a town needs a restaurant, a town needs a grocery store, a town needs a hardware store. And yes, we do need some retail, but we don't have all of those, and the ones we have aren't the best. Milan has a very good JC. We got a really crummy one. We go to Kroger's or Walmart because of
of what's lacking there at the JC and Osgood. Maybe the town should try to upgrade, talk to those people, talk to Kroger's, get a better Osgood, get a better JC in our town. Maybe we need a drugstore. You drive through, we have a boarded up empty building, there's not even a building there. We just have boards across an empty vacant lot that's been there for 20 years right on the main drag. How does that look to a town for somebody driving through the first time? It looks like a ghetto. Why isn't the city trying to do something with that piece of property? How long have we had this 67-acre industrial park that's shovel-ready? I drive by that road every month looking for somebody that's breaking ground. I haven't seen anyone yet. When I drive to Madison, I see the same thing in Versailles, industrial park, shovel-ready. Let's fix those things first before we start penalizing individuals who put their money on the line to try to make a little income. This is kind of an overreach. I mean, you all read about New York City and all the rent controls and property that's going on there. I feel this is a mini New York City with this. I don't think that one ordinance is good for all three cities. Versailles is very unique. You have a town square, that's kind of unique. You've got a courthouse here, you've got a seat of city government. The other two cities don't have that. They're not close to a park where you have supposedly 300,000 people coming down. A lot of them are local. I don't see many businesses catering to those people that come to the park. Like if you go to the Brown County State Park, you run across every type of retail store before you get to the park. Maybe we need to look at what we need. I don't think that, again, that one ordinance fits all three cities. I'll go on, but that's it.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
My name's Brent King. I want to start by saying he's right about the JC. Had lunch there today. I own a property at 344 North Buckeye Street in Osgood. You guys may not know where that is. Harvey Wallbanger's barber shop. Probably know of it. I bought that off Scott Rainier 3 years ago, and that storefront was a crap show. It was terrible. Took a lot of money and a lot of work to get it going, and I had a sick feeling in my stomach about doing it, just because I didn't think there would be anybody come in. I got very fortunate with Brandon coming in and wanting to do his barber shop. If he left me tomorrow, I don't know how long it would take me to replace that. I think it would take me a long time. I say that to say I'm really proud of what I built there. I think the town has absolutely loved it. Miss Beach and Brandon have got awesome feedback on it. And I love investing in Osgood, even though I'm from Jefferson County, because it's appreciated. If you put something in down in Madison, nobody cares, they're not going to support it, and it's just another business going to fail. Up here, it's a small community, and you guys care. And I see that care with the people who are supporting this. I understand where they're coming from, but I think they're going about it wrong. If you come in and I've got a mixed unit, and you're going to get rid of my 3 apartments, that's going to kill my cash flow. That means one or two things. I'm either going to lose the mortgage, or I'm going to raise Brandon's rent so high to cover it that he's not going to be able to have that shop. And then you got one more empty storefront. It's a slap in the face to me personally to come up and invest in the community and then have something like that done. And looking at the group here tonight, I haven't seen anybody outside of the representatives of the town get up here and support for this to go through. So I don't know how any of you can look at this group of your constituents and vote any of this in or be supportive of it, whenever clearly the voices are saying, we don't want it.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jesse Hessman. I live in Osgood. I live right next door to all of his apartments. Came home one day from a Mexico trip. I've been down in Mexico almost 2 months. Came back home from work. All of a sudden, there's 4 buildings being built right on my property line. There's been issues with my property since then. The water table has shifted. That was brought to the zoning commission, water, whoever at the time. Nothing was done about it. I've approached him about issues with his buildings and how the water drainage affects my property. My house floats. I have to have about $15,000 worth of drainage work done on my property to resolve all the issues. Then there's the issues with his tenants. His tenants walk through my yard. They park in my yard. The ambulances responded to his apartments in my yard before the maps were updated. So here's what Osgood is probably trying to do, because the rumor has this is the Neil rule. This is why everybody else is here, because all the 3 towns got together because of what he's been building. He bought basically the end of the town, and he's planning on building more of the pole barns. He calls them 4-bedroom apartments. They're pole barn apartments. They're pole barns. They're not stick built. So this is why Osgood came on board with this, because last month he went and said, I got building permits. I'm building over here. And they said, we don't like that, because there's not the support. The property owners adjoining it don't like it. He doesn't. So he didn't build a fence, big development, didn't put a fence in. So then his tenants, their dogs come into your yard, they do whatever. While they were doing construction, they ripped my dog fence out. What was it, 3 times?
I don't know, but have we ever smoked face to face?
Yeah, I called you like 4 times. Right?
Oh!
No interaction, guys.
We're not doing
Either one
Calm
of
down.
you, either one of you guys, just
So here's the deal. The reason that he,
I talked to you.
yeah, so my wife talked to you. You want text messages?
Oh, come on.
So
Come on, guys.
We gotta stay on
You
this.
gotta stay on just
I'll stay on subject. So here's the deal. Osgood doesn't want that whole section next to what used to be the elderly apartments. It was age restricted for those of age, to be turned into another row of black and gray pole barns down through there. Because he's got space, probably put like 10 or 14, because he built them so close. So if you go look at your residential code for multifamily, you have abatements, you have space, you have yards that's required, things along those lines. You go look at his build, it's a building, some gravel, some sidewalk, a gravel driveway, there's nothing. The last one sitting there on 350, it's probably about 40 feet from the road, enough space for somebody to back up to their front door. That's it. So, day before yesterday, one of his tenants' dogs running around my yard, doing his business in my yard. So it's like, hey, can you not do that? I've had people stuck in my yard that were moving in. I'm like, hey, why are you in my yard moving into your apartment? Your road's over there. Because that whole section of my yard now, it's about 12 inches of mud. The first time I was able to cut it was this month for the whole year. Because, I usually have like 4 inches of water over there. So I think what you need to do is send this back to your town, because it's pretty restrictive. Osgood's intent, more than likely, is for the commercial zoning, no more pole barn apartments everywhere as you come into Osgood, so you're not just greeted by a whole bunch of pole barns. I mean, it's kind of tacky anyways. So, like these guys that all own property, it's kind of ridiculous, but you sell me the property, I have to kick everybody else out because I can't get the property away. It was used before. Now, me buying the property, I can kick those people out because I own the property, because there's been a transfer of ownership. But now it's mandated. So it's really restrictive, and I understand the anger of almost everybody in this room. But for commercial, you shouldn't be building a whole bunch of stick or pole barn apartments and cramming people. I don't know, it's 2.5 acres. There's about 80 people that live in my backyard, basically. So you can imagine how it's changed in the 5 years I've lived there. So he can get all rowdy and mad about it, but it's a fact, because I deal with it every day. I've had the sheriff's department responding back there in my driveway, and it's like, because that was before Poppy Lane showed up on I guess 911 properly. So it's been a cycle for like, 3 years now. So that's my frustration. And so the residents that own property adjoining, this is all landlords. you know, me, I'm buying property to be a landlord, but I'm not gonna, everybody else around me, I'm not gonna impact their neighbors. You know, if I'm gonna build a whole bunch of pole barns in somebody's backyard, I could at least put up a privacy fence so that my tenants aren't interacting, so I don't have that complaint anymore. So those are things that aren't addressed whenever you guys give the building permits to this guy. And they weren't. Because I called Tad, said, hey, my whole property's flooding, I have water under my house that I didn't have for the last 2 years, and rains haven't changed. Only thing that's changed is elevation next to me. I'm an engineer, I can understand things along those lines. Parking lot wasn't there, now all that rain washes off into the yard. So it's hundreds of thousands of square feet for that acreage that now dumps somewhere, either south of me or into my property. So part of planning is making sure you have all those things, but there's nothing that was taken into account for how it impacts the people next door. So sorry to all the landlords, but your decisions do impact. But like I said, his restrictions that you drew up on all those ordinances are way too restrictive. Because even he can't, whenever he passes, give that property to his son that works there, because he has to kick everybody else out. He's got a whole bunch of uses for it. So it needs to be fixed. But in the same token, shouldn't be building pole barns all over property that doesn't even adhere to R3 code. So, anyways.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Fred Neal, and the way that this has really affected the town of Osgood already, I'll give you a perfect scenario. I just sold a property in the town of Osgood. I've got some money, and I'm looking at investing and possibly doing another property. There's a property for sale right on Main Street that I would have possibly had some interest in. I have zero interest in that property now. Zero. If this goes through in these communities, the towns, in my opinion, are opening themselves up for huge lawsuits on devaluing the property value that all the people in this room have, let alone the 60-day stuff. I don't agree at all with what is being proposed.
Thank you.
Okay.
I get a little upset when somebody says they come and talk to me about something I didn't take care of it. I've never seen that guy before in my life. And he's never called me. I take it he owns a piece of property beside me. But never one time has anybody said anything to me about my draining a yard wrong. Nobody said anything to me about trash. Tad never called me. If there was a problem, I'll fix it. We did cut his fence once. I went over, we replaced his dog fence. I paid for the whole thing. Never a problem. If that's his wife that walked in at the end, I've talked to her, never had a problem with her once. She's never said a word to me. So I get upset when somebody says they come to me with a problem, I didn't handle it. I have no clue who that guy is. Couldn't tell you his name for nothing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Come on.
I would kind of like to know if you guys are talking about doing this to me in my building, that's what we're doing. I'm not about to address the.
Is this Osgood?
I'll address where I'm from.
This is for sale, isn't it?
I want to know what other building on the square, which is the only place that matters.
Are you on for sales now?
I own the bookstore right there on for sale, and the apartments next to it.
We're on Osgood now.
I know we are.
Okay.
I know you're on it, but I mean, I want to, why? What is the point? Do you really think that this is going to suddenly bring people into this community?
I mean, the people are coming here from all over the country right now. I mean, things are going along. Why would you want to penalize the people that have sat here for 30 years and toiled? I mean, I ain't hired a bunch of crap done. I put the front of the building on, the front of that building was falling off in the street. It would have been torn down. That whole corner would have been torn down if I hadn't bought it. All right. I know it's all good, but I didn't think it everybody.
Owen, how are you?
Hi, I'm Owen Men's chauffeur. I know the difficult job you have up there. I was there once too. A lot of thankless jobs in our community. We all need to work together. We all need to get a lot of things done. An interesting comment. You know, sometimes I feel like I'm a Paul Morris. Paul Morris always stood at the back door with his clipboard. But whatever Paul said, my God, he was brilliant. I wish we still had him here today. I could just hear what Paul would be saying about this whole situation. We're kind of in a unique situation where we're at. We ended up buying a property. My wife has a property there in Osgood. It started out as commercial, and the family tried to sell it. She was in a nursing home. I was power of attorney for the family. Couldn't get it sold. Realtor had it listed for a couple of years, never could get any good bids on it or anything else. And after 2 years, she's in a nursing home, money's starting to run out, ready to go in Medicaid. We ended up buying it. And so we have this property. No one wants to come to Osgood. In fact, everyone thought it was a house, but it was the tax office, the Wagner-Boner tax office. So we moved some walls around and stuff and made it a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Rental house, really, really nice, but we have 2 lots there. But because the district we're in, with underneath the new rules, we probably can't put multifamily housing, because we've already talked to Jeff, we've already talked to Stalen Construction about prices and stuff, but we don't want vinyl siding, we don't want metal siding, we want to do brick, and it's just not cost effective right now. So, you know, we're kind of a unique situation there. But needless to say, this comes through, our property value is probably lowered $50,000 on those 2 lots and on that house. And it's not a very big house, it's 36 by 36. The ironic thing is, the property across the street from us, which is the U.S. Post Office, pays less property tax than what we do. The property tax things in Ripley County are screwed up, in the town of Osgood is even more so. And then, you know, another interesting observation, I thank the people from Milan and from Versailles being here. Where's the people from Osgood? You know, I'm sure they're here listening to, you know, this. I guess I should say what.
They can tune in on YouTube.
Yeah, they're tuning in, but you thought that at least they'd show up. You know, I could say what I want to call them, but the officials in town, but you know, whatever. Interesting thing, another interesting thing that you all don't know, my wife receives a card, we sign for it, and of course, you know, no paperwork in or anything, so I go up and see the staff and find everything out. And so then 2 days later, my son Jacob gets a card. The same day, I get a card. They were sending cards out outside the town limits. So are they planning on moving the town limits further out? And then my son talks to Ebbingers, and they receive one also. So there's at least 3 cards that's gone out. So, you know, maybe we are in town, but I thought we was in country. If they consider us town, maybe they really don't know what's going on, and maybe they shouldn't even be involved in a rule like this if they can't even take care of the simple things like sending out, you know, mailers like that. So that's all I've got. You know, it's a big property. It's going to be a big ding, a big mess everywhere. It really doesn't make any difference what you say, because they're going to do what they damn well please. You know, that's what it really amounts to. And I wish I could vote them out, but I don't vote in town. So, thank you.
Thanks. So, hey, was it Ebbingers around the bend all the way down on Railroad?
Yep, sure did.
Because the map we got here just shows it going to the edge of town limits.
300 north. right that I saw.
Railroad,
Yes, that's 300.
Yeah.
And so Jacob's property is here,
Yeah.
mine's there. You go down around the bend, and they received one. But now they also own the one across from Jacob, so I don't know which one it was. But it's kind of crazy.
What happens in situations like that is they're an adjoiner. When that map goes down there and touches that adjoining property, adjoiners are notified also.
No, there was a lot of ground between adjoining this 300 out here.
Is that Ed's Field?
No. There's another farm in there. There's another farm before the road place.
Would
Yeah.
they own property in town?
No.
Oh, and sometimes blackmailing go out like over Northern Kentucky, Boone County High School.
Oh, really?
How long have you been there?
A few years.
No. They just don't know what's
I
going
used to
on.
be down here at South Dearborn, I was there at basketball.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Quite a bit, yeah. But I came from, I came from Northern Kentucky.
All right, anybody else from Osgood?
I was there at Beechwood High School, and I was their head basketball coach. One of my high school best friends, he's now assistant.
Good evening.
Okay.
I'm Stephanie Back.
Oh, yeah,
I hope most of you know me. I'm here representing myself just as a citizen, but I do, in full disclosure, I am on the county council. I do work for the town of Osgood. I am not here in either one of those capacities. My husband and I received a letter because we own a residence that is in the business overlay district here in Versailles. Or I'm sorry, we own a house. I don't know what I said if I misspoke, but we own a house that's in the overlay district. I want to thank everybody that's here tonight, and I want to thank all of you for being here so long and listening to all of this. And as I've sat here for the past 3.5 hours, I hear what everybody is saying, but I think y'all are getting kind of like, it's not that this isn't important, and it's not that this doesn't matter, and it's not that you don't have a right to have emotions and to be upset, but I think we got to like back up and like realize that we are all a part of this community. And there is, I don't think in this equation, there is not a right or a wrong on either side. There's not like a black or a white. There's a lot of shades of gray. My husband and I farm. If we wanted to put up a confined animal building on property that we own and say we have the right to do it because we own it and we should be able to do whatever we wanted, I guarantee you that some of the people that are probably in this room, if I was putting it up next to their house, they would be some of the first people here and say, how are you going to put a confined animal building right next to me because that's going to affect my property? You know, so again, I think there's a lot of shades of gray. We have to recognize that as homeowners, how we maintain our homes affects our neighbors, how it affects, and that affects our community. If we own a business and we own something in town, that affects our community. And so we all are in this together. We're all going to sink or swim together. If you're interested in like really following some movements, look up Revitalize or Die. Look up Strong Towns. I mean, there's a lot of good that can come from these conversations when we stop trying to fight and bicker and we stop trying to convince somebody that we're right and the other person's wrong. When we come together and have these conversations, that's where the answers will come from. The compromises will come from. I think it's, you know, the people that are here tonight representing these towns didn't come here because they're trying to like hurt anybody or they're trying to strong arm anybody in their property. They're trying to invest in their time and to make our communities better. I have been up here on the county council for 1.5 years, and I haven't seen very many people show up at these meetings. I have been working for the town of Osgood, and I hardly ever see people show up for the town meetings there, and I've been to town meetings in Versailles, and I would say the same. If y'all care about our communities, show up, volunteer, spend your time wisely. Don't just show up like squawking, you know, when you think that something's wrong that's going to affect you, because it affects all of us. What we're all doing affects all of us. And Mr. Jenner here tonight is representing the towns. I mean, for people to turn around and be kind of hateful to him, that is, honestly, that's like embarrassing to me. Like, we are Ripley County, and we should be warm and welcoming and like trying to come together and figure this out and not being like hateful. So just wanted to try to put a little bit of a positive spin on this. You know, you guys don't have easy jobs, but I hope that no matter what the answer is, whether it's favorable, unfavorable, or no answer, just go back to your towns and like voice what your concerns are, but do it nice and respectfully.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Evening, gentlemen. My name is Ron Greco. I've got a little asthma problem. I'll try to talk as loud as I can. I actually live in Aurora, Indiana. I got property in Lawrenceburg. 4 years ago, I bought 11,000 square foot building in Osgood. Used to be Glory B Furniture Store. For the last, basically, up until 4 months ago, I worked 60 hours a week to pay for that building. That building's intended to be an antique store and a museum. What happens, what vote Osgood does, will determine what that building becomes. There's a lot of money, a lot of rehab and stuff being put in that building right now. I own that building. I will keep owning that building until I die. But if the doors are closed or open, will depend on Osgood. I want Osgood to grow. I attended their tractor show recently. Now that I'm retired, I will put more effort into what I can do for Osgood. I think it could be a positive place. It's right across from Casey's. It's a great location. But I think what's pissing everybody off is when you don't talk to somebody. I've had that building for, like I said, for 4 years. One person's knocked on my door from economic development and handed me a card. One person in 4 years. I try to make the building look nice. There's a lot of things I've asked for the county to do. I got a gas issue right now in that building. I've asked them to change the valve on the outside. 4 years, they haven't done it yet. Believe me, I will be in their face recently to get it done. If they would have came to us and explained what they wanted to do with the ordinance, when you talk about taking someone's property away from them or what they've built and what they've put into a piece of property, and then you're going to say we're going to change the zoning on it? Sorry, you guys know that's not right. Come on, you can't tell me that is right. Do you own property? Show of hands, any of you guys own commercial property? Residential property? Just resident, just your home. You don't have any other? Well, I do. My wife and I built a lot from Cincinnati. We used to rehab houses. That's what we're still doing that. Still retired, still putting money back into computing. Taking buildings that were $50,000, $60,000, rehabbing them and then selling them for $100,000, and the tax base went through the roof. We want to help the communities. We want to build businesses and be a good part of the community. We call Osgood Mayberry. We love Osgood. But if they go through with this, those doors will stay shut and they'll never open again. And it'll be locked up in a trust. And believe me, whoever the next trustee will get will be the same thing. That building will never open for another 100 years, or it'll get burnt down. Thank you.
Thanks.
I understand what that was about, because he's got a business, right?
Anybody else?
I understand.
Come on up, Bill.
Been up here before, obviously, but this is just a bad idea for the towns around here. There is some really, really good points in trying to get a business district or historical, but the way they're presenting it is totally, totally wrong. It's not laid out right. It's going to hurt the community. I've been in this community my whole entire life. Everybody knows, we've got rental properties, we've got businesses. It's going to kill all that. And it's just not right for any town, whether it's Osgood, Milan, Versailles. It's not a good idea. And yeah, people are mad at Travis, sure. But you know what? It's his property. He can do what he wants with it. How should the government be able to tell him that he can't do it, or can't leave it to his kids for that purpose. That's wrong. This is not a good issue. This becomes a moral issue that's not right. The town and the government should not be able to tell you what you can do with your property. Just my food for thought.
Okay. I want you to think, and Osgood's done a lot in the last few years of fixing that town up. Just think if Osgood didn't have the Reynolds Foundation to fund that. What would Osgood look like?
Well, it's because my great-great aunt and uncle left their entire estate to the town of Osgood. They did. How many people in this room would do that? Right. Well, I know, I'm just saying, like,
I've traveled all around this country, and I do a lot of work in a lot of factories. And a lot of times when factories are getting ready to expand, I say, man, you'll go to Indiana. What they all say to me? Every one of them, especially the Japanese. Indiana, they regulate too much and they tax too much. Now, what's one of the problems we're having in Indiana in this area? We can't keep kids here, can we? They move out. You do this, why would I, as a young man, want to buy a property here when you think you can change the rules later?
Did
And that's
you
what
say
you're doing.
Indiana taxes too much?
Huh?
Did you say Indiana taxes too much?
Indiana taxes, yeah. Everybody knows that.
We're the 11th highest tax state in the nation.
Indiana is one of the highest tax and most highest regulating, according to the
Property tax?
businesses.
No, all taxes.
The only thing we don't tax yet is air, like California. California taxes your air. But now, and I'm being serious. You know, you talk about, we had a chance, that Ripley County had a chance to have a drywall company on their land. They were looking at Jefferson County and Ripley County. You know where it's at? Silver Grove, Kentucky. If I knew what I know now, I would never put my business over here. Over in Kentucky, they wanted me to come over there. They offered me all kinds of stuff. I couldn't even get Ripley County to approve, and they lied to me, and it's a good thing I went to Indy and got it straightened out up there before I spent a whole lot of money. Because nobody cares. It's amazing to me, you all sit up here and you talk about taking more rights away from people. You ought to stop and think, what's going to happen when younger people find out, man, if I buy that house, who's to say 10 years from now they're not going to change something? I mean, people are telling you they bought this property, it's for part of their retirement fund, and now you have ruined the property values. You think property values aren't going to go down? If you can't sell this property and use it, you know, Versailles said we need more commercial property. What about where Rusty Buck is? We got all that stuff that's empty buildings. Look how many empty buildings are in Versailles. Same thing with Osgood, same thing with Milan. People are not jumping in to open small businesses. I mean, if you don't understand that, I'm sorry, but they're not going to open small businesses selling books and barbershops and hair thing. People do that. Most of the salons anymore, people are opening their own homes. Okay, so, I mean, why are you putting a hindrance on everybody? And this is another reason why you're not going to have businesses, I'm talking about industrial businesses move in this county, because why would they? Your younger people are leaving, and why would they stay? I'm just, you know, you need to really think this out, and don't just table it, don't do this. You need to make a clear statement. It's people's property rights. I know it doesn't mean anything, but you need to make that statement. It's property rights. Because if you change this, and then somebody wants to sue, how much money are they going to have to spend now to sue Milan or Versailles or whoever? So why would I want to spend all that money? And when you sue the government, then that's just spending a whole lot of money both ways. You're spending yours and spending tax money. Something to think about. We don't need this. We need to be more positive, look at how we can make this county grow, and it's not by taking and regulating everybody to death. 250 years ago, why did we go to war with England? Now think about it. And one of them was over property. Where do you think the fourth Bill of Rights came from? The fourth Bill of Rights is because of what England was doing to people's property. And that's kind of what you all are doing tonight. So just think about it.
Thank you.
To clarify, sir, to clarify, sir, we didn't draft this.
I know.
The town's got to meet with tech review, which is a small minority because we can't have a full quorum there.
Understand.
So there's just a few more experienced guys that have seen this before it was available for you guys to see even.
Well,
So-
the thing is, we don't have to see it. That's the sad part. I mean, these little governments are so good at advertising the paper that big, nobody reads the paper anyway. It should be a law, they have to give a letter to everybody in that town, everybody knows the property, everybody has. I know that's not your place. But your place is, you can all stand up and say, we disagree with this. That you can do. I'm not blaming you. I'm not saying you. It's these people right here. I agree.
But isn't
I don't know how
that-
much money we spent on this attorney so far with our tax dollars, but hey, you'll never know that. The bottom line is this, you can stand up and say, we do not agree with this. I know it doesn't mean anything, but at least take a stand as a county. Thank you.
Tony Gutman, just one small comment, or pretty small. I found out tonight that my property, Mary and I's property, is I-9. You know what that is? Inside only. Now I'm going to dedicate a lot of time. I'm retired now. As soon as I get my place cleaned up, I'm going to dedicate my time to coming to all these meetings, for sales meetings, this meeting. And I'm going to enlighten people why we don't have anybody in these industrial parks, or why we should have. I'm going to investigate the property across the road from us, the big industrial park, to see if it's I-9. Nobody from Madison can come up here and stack tubes in their yard. It all has to be stacked inside. They're restricting everything that's positive in this county, and the sales in all the cities and all the things. Everything has to be pristine. I got a letter for a fork truck outside before. I use it all the time. I left it outside too long. This place is being destroyed. It's going to be like Dillsboro. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Well, if we've got more speakers, we're going to either have to wrap this up or take a break.
Okay.
But I'm not going to sit here and pee my pants. I'm just.
Are there any more speakers out there tonight?
I've already heard from everybody.
I'm not even going to make a motion to make a recommendation on this. I'm going to recommend we send this back to the town of Osgood and get rid of that no multifamily dwellings or no residential dwellings in those districts, because that is totally adverse to what we do in the rest of the county.
Yeah.
That people that have developed these under the rules we have now, and it doesn't make a multifamily dwelling that was built where it was allowed to be, all of a sudden become an unconforming use, because when we do that, I believe we're really, really close to taking
I think the idea would be for a combination, where you take the law,
and
either takes a substantial majority of value from the property or all of it.
So the Osgood, I want to send it back with that recommendation to change that language, and then they can bring it back to us based on what they decide they want to do.
All those,
So need a second.
One thing I want to say is about the 60-day thing, which you brought up.
I agree too.
There needs to be, I think, two cases on the 60-day thing. One is, are you going to renovate or not? And if you are, the 60 days is out of the question. If you're not going to renovate, you may even go to 90 days just to find a renter. She mentioned finding a good renter can take some time.
I, from the very get-go of this in tech review, said 6 months at the minimum, and we ought to abide by the year we already have in our code.
Right.
So
60
the towns aren't hearing anything new from me, because I've been in that school the entire time.
Okay. All right. I don't like the transfer of deed, because if I want to transfer to my sons or my daughter, I don't think they should have to change what I've worked my entire life for.
Couldn't you do that in an LLC? Right.
That's more money too. I mean,
I'm just saying there's ways around that.
there is.
But you have to get that before
Okay. Yeah, if I kill over of a heart attack today and don't have
My motion, My motion is to send this back to Osgood with a recommendation to take the elimination of multifamily dwelling or residential dwelling in those zones.
Okay. Is there a second on that?
You're recommending that they remove
Remove that language.
the no multifamily use in the LB and the GB zone.
Okay. Is there a second on that?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Okay.
Todd second.
Todd seconded. All those in favor of that, make number raise your right hand. Okay. 6 to 2. Are opposed?
That was 5-2.
5 to 2.
Okay. I thought there was 5. but
I voted.
I'm positive.
So that would do it.
No, it doesn't.
Take 6.
We have 11.
Again,
We have a board of 11
procedurally.
people. 5 doesn't cut anything tonight.
It's a thing for Osgood and you guys.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's, again, I make no, it's their zoning ordinance to make. It's not ours to make it for. We're not imposing it on Osgood. It is, but you elected them to represent you. All right, thanks, Cam.
Some things to keep in mind as this moves forward. Section 603, 3674, in preparing and considering proposals under the 600 series, it's modification of zone maps, modification of a zoning ordinance, or adoption of a new zoning ordinance. The Plan Commission and legislative body shall pay reasonable regard to the comprehensive plan, and I do believe our comprehensive plan does talk about keeping business development and things like that close to the infrastructure, close to the cities. I believe that's on page 55. I don't think it necessarily said eliminate housing or anything like that, because it also promotes a need for housing too, if you're going to grow as a community. 2, current conditions and the character of current structures and uses in each district. Current conditions and current structures. What are the uses? The most desirable use for which the land in each district is adapted, that can be a moving target. The conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction, and responsible development and growth. And if people hate the idea of an appearance of a building, under home rule, I don't know that you wouldn't have the ability to establish some facade requirements or certain building things. If it's more about appearances than the actual use, something to look at. Food for thought.
So just to be clear, it seems like to me where we're at is no action's been taken. And so,
No formal action.
so my thought is this still stays on the agenda for the next meeting, I presume. And then if the towns wanted to bring some amendments, they could do so.
Yeah.
I don't think that would necessarily be a bad, because you've proposed a fairly restrictive zone
Yeah, I understand.
amendment, and typically, whenever we've heard petitions, or applications, I should say, and if somebody is going to lighten up or back up or pick a less intense zone to use, we've allowed them to amend on the spot, as long as it's not something that's more intense.
That's what my assumption is.
And I imagine that's what a lot of zoning boards do.
Yeah.
But if you're going to go heavier,
I
or more
agree with that.
restrictive, or more heavy-handed, then it requires serving notice again, because you're kind
I
of
agree.
going in the opposite direction.
I 100% agree with that.
And this is much more heavy-handed than we saw the last time integrity.
I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that, folks, but you gotta understand, when you get those notices, it is an obligation to come into the planning commission office to review those documents. I mean, owning property comes with responsibility, I can't stress that enough. So, when you get those, it pays to look at it.
I'm feeling the same way at this point.
Get up and go with me then.
Comprehensive plan.
Then I'm not
Right.
the one.
What's that?
This all started because of the comprehensive plan, right?
I think this started like last October in the towns. The towns all adopted these ordinances in advance that basically were similar to these, but not quite as specific as this.
So was
And then they brought them to the planning commission to say, hey, we want you to look at these, we want you to have a hearing on it, we want you to, so we can adopt these and make these part of your code. Joe, is that an accurate assessment in a
I
nutshell?
think it started way back in October.
Of 25? Yeah.
And then I think I got involved maybe January.
And the notice requirements of town are a lot less than what ours are. I mean, they do 2 readings and it's in the works.
But has it been at town board meetings before?
Yes.
Yeah, they passed a resolution. Each town adopted a resolution.
But, which, that's up to them if they want to do it, but they're wanting to make it a part of the zoning unit, which is what put it on our plate and our radar and up for public hearing.
Right.
So,
But it ultimately goes back to the towns.
Well, yeah.
But you
Yeah.
said that they already passed the resolution.
I mean, at the end of the day, they say yay or nay, they can go back to town, they
they
voted,
can
and
enforce
it is.
they can enforce their local ordinance on their own. But they're wanting to make it a part of our code, I presumably so that we know where your district is, if someone comes in for a building permit, now we need to check and say, hey, can this person get an electrical upgrade, a renovation permit, if they're gonna spend more than $5,000, do they need a building permit? And is that still in compliance or out of compliance? Because the one thing we don't want to be doing is issue permits in air, because, that happens once or twice, and, the proverbial stuff hits the fan.
Yep. So the towns all had a meeting where they was able to hear public comment, and then Mr. Jenner drafted this up. Or is this the first time?
This is kind of a modification of probably what's been adopted.
No one knew about the town meeting.
I don't think those are advertised, folks. I don't believe that's advertised like, hey, we're gonna have a hearing on this particular issue.
Well,
Attend your town board.
I don't know that it's a requirement by statute.
I think it is a requirement after this step, because I think there has to be a public hearing on the ordinance.
There should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they can't do anything
That's
until
what I'm saying.
And there's a difference
So they
between,
can't do
and there's a
anything
difference between a public hearing and just your regular ordinances that pass and that get 2 readings and have public comment and things like that. There's different notice requirements for those.
Well, I would also ask you to share with your clients in Osgood, it doesn't look good when they're the only town with no board members here present. It makes me think, well, it doesn't mean a whole lot to them, they just slip it on paper and send somebody else up here to do it. And we see Mylan and Versailles here. That just doesn't, I can't force them to do that as a plan commission, but I can tell you how it makes me feel as a plan commission member.
I agree with that.
I
I want to tell everybody, no matter which side of the issue you're on, go to your town board meeting. Yeah.
And get involved
And express that opinion.
Thank you.
Sounds good telling you when they want money. So they got things.
Yes, sir.
Just one quick clarification. My name is Michael Norman, and I've got properties on 3 towns that are involved. All my letters, all they said, I've heard multiple times, they go to the tank and see this map. The letter doesn't tell you to do that. It tells you to go to the GIS site to see if you're affected in what you're doing. So
It doesn't.
it does. I've got the letter in the
Well,
copy.
we may need to upgrade that notice then.
So, I came here looking for a map because I checked my GIS site. I know where I'm at on some, and if they've changed it, I'm in trouble with them. So I don't know. All right. All right, thank you.
And by the way,
Do we have anything else on the agenda?
We do, but we'll do it next week, next month.
Well, I want to bring one thing up to the board real quick. If we keep getting towns that want to amend this, and want to amend the money and do all that, we're going to be 2027 before we're even able to hire somebody.
Right.
Maybe what he's referring to is Lynn Center,
Right.
request, to amend paragraph 7 of the interlocal agreement, basically add if they're not, I think it's something to the effect of if they're not satisfied with
not changing.
the executive director,
But then,
that they can terminate and you know, get out and knock.
It's got to go however.
Then the president of county council sent something that if a single town pulls out, tell the director that his job ceases at that point because the money runs.
Right, yeah, we're not, it doesn't change from how, right, I mean.
I think the way I wrote that, I put something in there that indicated that for some reason budgetary restraints, he can't do it. Then, yeah, they can get out of it. But in order for it to continue, the other towns are gonna have to make up.
Manny, they just have to have a strict 5-year commitment.
I mean, that's what council said.
Yeah.
That's what they made them vote based on.
Please, I can't hear. If you call order.
Okay, sorry.
I can't hear you.
All right,
I have a question. I have one question.
go ahead.
I'm from Osgood, so. My name is Paula Mulligan. I own rental property in Osgood. I'm a landlord, and I'm not in the overlay. I'm not far from it, but I have, well, I am on it. I'm in the line of it. As a landlord, the topic came up earlier about the 60 days of not being able to rent your property or use it. 60 days or more shall be again put to non-conforming use if dwelling unit that is non-conforming use is vacant or occupied, or 60 days or more shall not be again put to non-conforming use. My question to the town of Osgood will be, and to you, is to think about the growth that you are controlling, inhibiting from happening. Because if you can't rent a rental property, whether it's personal or commercial, who pays for that property to stay there? Does the town of Osgood? Do they have a fund to help the businesses grow and stay in business? Have they have a comprehensive plan for that to help the struggling businesses that if they can't find commercial renters? Where does that come from?
I would recommend you talk to Osgood.
Do what?
I would recommend you talk to the town of Osgood.
I'm going to, but it's something that I want you guys to think about too.
All right.
Sure.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Well, I feel a lot better now.
We're good. Okay.
All right.
I would say just adjourn. It's 11 o'clock.
Yep.
After town, our bylaws say we don't have to start a new
we're not.
hearing, so if you don't wanna hear the thing on like the.
No, I don't.
The city container stuff, or the HW,
We can do that.
We'll be with that next week.
HWC or that 101, that 1,000.
Yeah, one next week?
No, August.
Okay.
August. I don't know if I can be.
No, it's next time.
There's much excitement for
All those in favor, make a raise your right hand.
Thank you, folks. Just remember, get involved and be positive.